All right, I'm gonna go. All right. Welcome back to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Melton Lake at Oak Ridge Rowing Association's beautiful course today on Friday for the afternoon session of racing at the American Collegiate Rowing Association National Championship. If you're tuning in, hopefully you watched all the time trial racing and the heats for small boats, for the fours, for some novice events. Took a lunch break with us, and you're back to watch the eights heats start for the afternoon. So this is going to be a really exciting part of the day. The eights all the way from the second novice of eight event that is going to start us off this afternoon through the 1B varsity eights that are going to cap off the end of that racing before we progress to the C level finals is some of the most exciting racing we can offer today. It is the crews, all these programs, their top 8 athletes down through. If they have 5 eights, what is that, 40 athletes. It is a really intense field of crews coming through. So we're going to see schools and what speed they brought down to the event this year to cap off their season. So as we go, we'll be giving you insight into the crews that are on the course, some history about them, margins, and up-to-date pace on the racing following the eights heats and their progression to semifinals. We'll have some of the C-level finals for some of the small boat events that happened this morning, so those athletes who did not make the top 12 of their event. And we'll also be rerunning an event from the earlier in the morning that was supposed to go, the men's varsity quad heat 1. There was breakage on the way down to the start, so the event was called back, and they'll be racing their heat probably near when the sun starts to set. And there's a little bit of a haze behind the Smoky Mountains, so that'll be the men's varsity quad racing later in the day. Until then, we'll be having eights starting off soon after a little bit of a not a slow start this morning, but definitely a delayed start with fog, with debris on the course that our great corps of volunteers helped. I'm sorry, not volunteers only. Our referees and all of our officials helped clear up off the course to make sure that racing could start safely and fairly for all programs. So we're starting a little bit later in the afternoon than usual, but we will be prompt with all of the race times that are coming down the way. So we're going to start with the second novice 8. This is going to be 2 heats of the event. The top 3 crews in each heat. We're starting off with the women's lightweight 4. 2 heats, 1 heat, and this is going to be racing for lanes. So it'll be 3 crews in these events, in each of the men's and the women's lightweight 4, and they're all making it to their grand final, but this is going to see who is seeded the highest, because chances are these crews have not gotten to race enough races to really know who is the fastest one or the other, and they're all from a really wide range of regions. So even if this crew has been together a lot this spring, not a fair shake of able to say which one is faster than one another, because they've been at regattas all over the place, whether that's ACRAs in the Midwest or SIRAs here at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, or Western IRAs over on the West Coast, or up at Connect Cup in the Mid-Atlantic region in Camden, New Jersey. So that will be starting pretty soon. As soon as it does, you'll hear from us. You'll get a great shot from the drones about the crews on the course, and we'll give you good insight into that. So until then, if you missed this morning's rowing, you can go to Here Now's page on YouTube and catch the live stream. You can also find it on ACRA's website. Links to all the live streams, both the ones that have passed and the ones that are upcoming, to catch up on all the exciting racing. Especially if you are looking for one specific athlete, this is definitely the best way to go about it if you didn't travel down to Tennessee, so that you don't have to watch a race and guess, where are they? You'll get to know. Those names will be on the screen, their crew, the school they represent, and some commentary about them. If you did make it down to Tennessee and you're watching from the shores, thank you for traveling down to support college athletes. I know it makes a really huge difference to them to have parents, to have friends, and just any type of supporters when they come off the water or cheering for them while they're on the water. If you've never made it down to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, I highly recommend it. It's beautiful. It's one of the best courses, in my opinion, in the country. Lanes for, I believe, 7 crews across, pretty much the standard for championship level racing, and just a wonderful body of water. And we appreciate the hosting from ORRA. We also appreciate the board of ACRA. This is a coaches run regatta. So the coaches who've been hosting this for, I believe this is 16 years of ACRA, with the 18 years since it started, but 2 years missed from the COVID pandemic in 2020 and 2021, in which we had to cancel the championship. 16 years of great management in which this regatta has become a huge and remained a very fast national championship that encompasses programs from almost every state in the country, programs that are huge public state schools to ones that are small, classic universities, private universities, all of that. So what we have here on the stake boats is the women's lightweight varsity 4 heat 1 and only lined up on the stake boat. So if you haven't watched a race from the start yet, if we've only watched from the shore or you've never watched before, they're lined up on starting blocks in which volunteers are holding on to the stern deck of their boat so that we can align them as close and accurately as humanly possible. So the race starts perfectly aligned, crews fair and square. From there, they're going off everything they can do to be the fastest crew to the finish line. We'll be able to watch them all the way through because of this great drone footage from here now, and with our eyes as they pass by us around the 1,500 meter mark and cruise into the 2K mark. So right now we are patiently waiting for them to start as the aligners are pulling together the crews, making sure they're straight and safely in their lane. From this point of view, we are seeing on the left side of your screen Long Beach State, Michigan State University in the middle, Georgia Tech on the right side. Again, really widespread regions for these crews. All right, brain is back in effect after the lunch break. From the left side of your screen, it is Georgia Tech. Michigan State remains in the middle. Long Beach State is now on the right side of your screen. Long Beach State, I know for sure, actually all 3 of these schools, they specialize in 4s, smaller boats with 2 or 1 athlete. So this should be a pretty tight race. I think this is everyone's, maybe not their top 4 athletes, just because the split between lightweight and open weight. It might just be how athletes are, because I don't believe there's a second varsity 4 event. So we're just looking for fast racing here. It looks like a little bit of alignment needs to come together on Long Beach side. So we think we see the bow person is going to tap it to make sure they're going straight down their course to start.
And the sun's starting to peak up over here by the finish line, so hopefully that the sun will start to peak over by the start as well. So the clouds starting to part ways. Wind still pretty negotiable at the moment, but I think there's a little bit more wind than there was earlier this morning. As we continue to wait for the start, it looks like these crews are almost set to go.
Waiting just for some debris to be cleared off the course around that first 500. So overnight with whatever rain came in, there's a lot of stuff floating in the river that can damage shells, that can affect race courses. And to the point where, again, we had to delay our start a little bit to take all of that stuff off the course. And some of the launches that we saw drive by looked like they had mini bonfires in their John boat with them, with the amount of stuff they picked up. It's probably a dog's dream scenario to have so many sticks.
It looks like, unfortunately, there's going to be a little bit more delay as the debris is still getting cleared. The crews have been released from the stake boats, maybe to be pulled aside just to wait for those for that debris to be cleared. Hopefully we can have the racing back underway soon, but in the meantime, the debris is being cleared, and we'll just have to continue to wait for the start of the afternoon session. It's the women's lightweight varsity 4. Again, this is just a race for lanes here, and actually it looks like they're shifting over a few lanes to try and avoid that debris. I think that's what's happening here. As Long Beach State, you can see listed as lane 5, but it looks like they're shifting them all the way over to lane 7 along with the rest, the other 2 crews respectively. So I'd say that's a very good move, so to avoid any further delays. Hopefully that they can be aligned quickly and start it back up as soon as possible. And yeah, the race is going to be shifted over a few lanes just so that we can steer clear from the debris that's still being handled on the course. But in the meantime, Long Beach State will be in lane 7, Michigan State will now be in lane 6, and Georgia Tech, formerly lane 3, will now be in lane 5. So these 3 lanes, if you're joining us on the venue here, they'll be the lanes closest to the viewing shore, which will be very nice for the spectators, I think. You get a little bit more insight on what maybe what the coxswains are saying, and yeah, it should be quite exciting to see.
Yeah, they're gonna be loud. They're gonna be furious going down the course. So also as they approach, you will definitely see it on the live stream. A lot of supporters on the shore watching from that 1K mark to the 2K mark. Cowbells ringing, people shouting. You might hear it pick up on the hot mic for a little bit. Been great water all day, all morning. Nothing but serene water on Melton Lake. Some clouds up and overhead, so it's actually not too hot. Not draining athletes, because there's been a couple minutes again to deal with the debris and some other issues. Athletes waiting, queuing up on the water, waiting for their races to start. So a lot of extra time to use their warm-up effectively, but nothing that is getting in the way of them putting out the best pieces on the water that they can put together for the national championship. So a little bit more tapping around from this Long Beach State crew. Always have a big B on the front of their uni. I think their teammates just call themselves Beach Crew. So in just a moment or two, should be able to see them taking off from the starting gates.
And it's going to be interesting to see how the styles of rowing kind of play out here. Lightweight rowing, obviously, they don't have as much mass to utilize, so the technique is even more important with the lightweight because the power is a lot more concentrated across crews. So it's going to be interesting to see who has the technical dexterity to try and pull out an advantage over the remaining competitors. Again, this is only a 3-boat event here. These 3 crews on your screen now are the only crews entered in this event. So they'll be seeing each other tomorrow, I believe tomorrow, or maybe I think it's tomorrow, for the medal finals. So since it's only a 3-boat, I believe only the winner gets a medal or anything to bring home.
Yeah, that might be right. And these are probably everybody's mighty lighties as it goes. These are athletes who are, I believe, weight under 130 pounds. Everything else above that is open weight. In women's rowing, there are some lightweight men's pro crews that are going to be here as well. That is men under 160 pound in the lightweight category, and everyone else is in the open weight category. Coxswains, the people steering the boat, are weighed separately on a different standard. So as we wait for these crews who've been relocated out of their initial lanes to new ones that are clear of the debris, we are all back. I'm Eddie Moog. I am joined by
Christian Yu.
And Charlie Sullivan.
Charlie, what year number is this for you announcing ACRAs?
I announced the very first ACRA, actually.
Whoa.
So I haven't announced all of them, but I was the associate head coach at Michigan when we started all this. And Greg said, hey, Charlie, we need an announcer. So been doing it largely ever since. The Voice of ACRA, hashtag.
Voice of ACRA.
And I hope that we have established a nice, entertaining, light, somewhat frivolous, but also very serious and informative approach to calling rowing. I wish that More rowing was called in a way that was informative and happy and fun, and not so much as if we were somehow British or Australian or something like that. Although the Australians call a pretty interesting and fun style. So if you have questions, you can go on to the chat on that YouTube stream, and Christian will be keeping an eye on that, and we can occasionally answer them. We are also willing to take corrections, of course, and we'll go from there. So let's make it a big happy family as we're watching the racing. So they've had to recycle this heat to do what?
So what they did is they were initially lined up in, I believe, lanes 3, 4, and 5, and they've now moved to lanes 5, 6, and 7. There was a little bit more debris down at the start after last night's storm, so the officials were clearing it, but did not want to push back too much on the start time this afternoon, and wanted to let the athletes who were prepared to go get on the race course. So they were in the stake boats. They moved out and over, I believe, in the same order. So Georgia Tech on the outside, and LB State, Long Beach State, on the right side of our screen right now, closest to our shore. A little bit of tapping still from Michigan State Spartans. Oof, man, I'm glad I waited till the afternoon after till the coffee break to remember what their mascot was, because I was going to say it. I was going to say it earlier, and I was going to mix them up with Southern Cal, and I was probably going to get some unhappy
Trojans,
Michiganders.
Troy versus Sparta. It's an old rivalry, actually.
It is. So
in days of yore.
If anybody from Long Beach State wants to come by and tell me what the mascot is for your college, I'll start shouting it out. And Georgia Tech, Yellow Jackets. It's a nice way to say that.
We have technology to find this out.
We have the technology. But we're also off the block, so we got to focus. We don't have time to look it up down on our phone. So we are moving off the line. MSU trying to take a early lead. So what we're looking at on these starting sequences, a couple of really firm strokes to get the crews up and running. And they're going to take about 15, 20, maybe 35 seconds of high strokes, right? All out before they settle in the body of their race. So Michigan State did that really clean off the line, but that's not the whole race, right? There's at this point 1,900 meters to go. So Long Beach State is doing what's in their name. They are establishing long, strong strokes as they
the
stride.
Sharks of Long Beach.
Very
called
fitting.
LB the Shark for Long
LB
Beach. LB the Shark.
Awesome.
There you go.
So we are on the move. Georgia Tech very close together. I believe bow ball hanging on. If we cut a line across the middle of the screen, the bow ball of Georgia Tech right now is aligned with the 2-seat of Michigan State. So all crews overlapping.
Yeah, strong start now from Long Beach State as they start to settle into their rhythms. Looks like Michigan State in the middle had a stronger start, but Long Beach State starting to settle into their base rhythm. So we'll see if they're able to continue to stretch out this lead, or if Michigan State can ramp up their base to try and hold on. And it looks like the third place crew, that's Georgia Tech, looks to be starting to fall off the pace, but it's going to be tight between this Long Beach State and Michigan State crew. Currently Long Beach State with the advantage as we approach the first 500 meters. Long Beach State with a few seats lead over Michigan State. And again, this is a race for lanes, so all three of these crews will be seeing each other later this weekend. Maybe the cards, like we've said, Charlie, earlier, the cards not being totally shown at the moment, but it does look like the top two crews are going.
You gotta do a little bit of jockeying, right? So I think you sort of go out and you try and set your base, and see what you can do. And what you're seeing here is Long Beach just sort of move out fairly easily, I think. So, and so the thing I like to do is check the rating. And even if I'm not checking with a stroke watch, I can look at catches on one and then catches on the other, and then look at the next catch and see where it is relatively. And definitely Michigan State is rating higher.
Yeah.
right? So I can just see that because I've been watching crews for many, many years now. But it's one of the ways that if you're at home, you can just sort of say, yeah, I wonder who's higher. Look at their catches, find a catch that matches, and then go from there. Or look at the rhythm, and does it change relative one to another or not? And you can tell who's higher and who's lower.
And as you mentioned, Michigan State's higher rhythm, it looks like they're starting to push back into the lead of Long Beach State. Long Beach State's still holding on with a few seats lead. Still, it doesn't look like the lead has grown, though. If anything, it's shrunk just a little bit as Michigan State starting to power through in their middle half of the race.
Yeah, so again, it's just this also idea of we don't know what their race strategy is, and I don't think they want to telegraph that too much if they're tight in speed, right? I mean, there's only 3 of them, and really at this point there's 2 of them who have a better class of speed than the third, so the race for gold is going to be between these 2 crews later. So you want to just sort of be feeling them out, but not giving everything away, but doing the things that make your crew feel confident coming off the water. It really can get quite tight. Now, that is some gorgeous rowing out of Long Beach. I really love those finishes. Nice separation off the water. Michigan State, a little raggedier, right? Not quite as matched up. You can see the debris in the water there that they almost hit, that the coxswain jigged a little bit to get to keep from hitting the oars, right? So that's the other thing. You can look side by side. You can still see Michigan State going in quicker again, so that because their rating's higher. So ideally, you want to match pace at a lower rating. It means you have another gear or 2 or 4 to be able to throw into the race at some point. So
for sure.
Don't be higher, be lower, and match speed, and it's always good.
Yeah, and Eddie and I were talking about with the lightweight varsity 4 category, the weight restrictions being in place, there's not a lot of room for there to be a lot of difference in power with the size being restricted. So the technique is just that much more important. You can, like you mentioned,
there's no
State.
difference in mass. There can be massive difference in power. I mean, on the men's collegiate side, there's a Harvard lightweight this year who pulls 605. I mean, that's a crazy elite score in lightweight rowing, and he's sitting in a college race. So, you have something like that. There's definitely, and when he lights it up, they go, right? So there can be, even at lightweight level, right, that one of the first Michigan men's Olympian was a guy named Steve Warner, who was in the lightweight 4. And pound for pound, though, he was faster than the vast majority of the heavyweights.
And that also, works in favor of lightweight athletes, because if they can put out that power and their weight is restricted, they are that much more effective and efficient.
A lightweight who can get through the water like a heavyweight is an exceptionally good oarsperson.
Yeah, and speaking of it, we got 12 exceptional rowers coming down, 15 exceptional women in this lightweight varsity 4 event. They're coming through, just about to reach the 1,500-meter mark, and Long Beach State is still holding that long, strong stroke in their Vespoli hull. Stroke seat is doing a great job. The compression is really thorough. There's a lot of flexibility and pliability in which they have long legs, they have long arms, and everything is really able to make itself up and useful in the catch. And as they drive off, everything is fully engaged, so there's not over swinging of the body. They're not trying to over compress. It's really leading a great
But Christian, to your point, right? If you're able to look at both boats next to each other as we can see it, right, you'll just see a difference in the efficiency with which the blades are going in the water. The Long Beach crew catches, they're quiet, and that's what you want. I think sometimes athletes start to feel that, well, if I just push harder, if I just do more, it'll be better. The boat doesn't like more like that. The boat likes quiet. The boat likes smooth.
Yeah, for sure. And I can tell with like you said, around the front end, they're taking a lot more time to kind of make sure that they're placing the blades at the right efficient point. And that's something that's been growing within the world of rowing, just taking a little bit more time to define that placement at the catch with getting the blades in. That's something that's been growing amongst the top programs that you see. And you can tell, Long Beach State now has broken open water as they enter the sprint. Well open water now over Michigan State in second place. And you can tell that soft, kind of controlled catch, a little bit more time, but they're definitely making sure that they're getting the maximum efficiency out of the catch as they can.
Yeah, the catch part of the recovery is the way a lot of folks talk about it. I actually like to talk about and we traditionally talk about the drive phase and the recovery phase, and I like to talk about the phase where the legs are moving and the phase where the legs are pressed, right? And the knees need to just come up and go down over the top, as if you were riding a bicycle where both knees went over the top of the gearing at the same time. You know, you're riding a bike, unless it's a really heavy hill, your knee doesn't stop, right? And so they come across the line very nicely. But, you know, that's easily stuff that Michigan State can come in and their coach can say, hey, it was just a little sloppy. We just need to relax a little bit. And then who knows what happens in the final.
Yeah, for
right?
sure. Long Beach State taking the win in the race for lanes for the women's lightweight 4. That's going to bode well for their national championship prospects. But yeah, like you said, Michigan State, a few things to tighten up, and they're right back in for a national championship win.
And the other thing is, it may not really be technical at base, although we're seeing a technical reflection of it in the rowing. It could also just be emotional. Like, you know, maybe they're like, oh my God, like, are we really here? Can we really win this? Oh my God, they're out in front. Oh my God, we got to go. Right? And that leads you to less efficient, less fast rowing. And in the end, what counts in this sport is boat speed.
Right.
And there are multiple ways to get it, multiple ways to do it. And the better the rowing gets, and the rowing at ACRA is getting better and better and better every year. Just technically, there are more coaches out there really knowing how to prepare their crews, knowing how to peak them at the right time. The window for what is efficient rowing gets tighter, and you have to learn how to take the catch with your knees in the front end of the stroke without stopping the seat. Just turn it around, but don't jam it, right?
Exactly. So we're going to see another case of that here. This is now the men's lightweight varsity 4 heat. Only heat. It says heat 1 because they've merged together what was going to be heat 1 and 2. It is, again, another race for lanes because I believe it is 7 crews.
6 crews.
So not enough to create an AB final, semifinal situation. So I missed it on my screen. We'll find out in a minute.
We're 2 minutes into it or so, and we have the crews are Georgia Tech, Fordham, Michigan State, Bowdoin, and Georgia.
If you want to know where they are.
But who's in what lane we can pull up on?
So lane 1 on the left side of your screen should be Michigan State. Next to them, Bowdoin. Georgia Tech in the middle, Fordham in the middle, Michigan on lane 5, and then University of Georgia in lane 6. So I'm thinking
so it looks like Michigan out in front there, just barely.
I think that's Georgia Tech in the middle, Michigan State on its left, and Michigan men's MRA, that third crew out in front.
Yeah.
Together, close behind Bowdoin and Fordham, and then University of Georgia a little bit off the pace back there. So interesting shake-up. I think, emotionally these guys are probably also excited that this turned into one heat race for lanes so they can see everybody and get a good survey and know what they need to bring back to the final, I believe, tomorrow.
We were talking to the Fordham new coach, and in previous years, if I saw a lightweight 4 out of Fordham, I said it's probably 4 of their best guys. But he's making the distinct choice to actually prioritize the varsity 8 that they're racing in later. So these are, guys who've been pressing that boat to do well as a sort of second boat of some sort. The Michigan lightweight guys there's a 1V, 2V, 3V, and then there are 2 4s, heavy and light. So
Michigan's going to row 6 or 7 8s deep, and then once they run out of 8s events, they're just like, all right, let's chop it up into small boats.
And they call it the small boat circus.
Okay,
so the 4s and the pair and all that stuff. It's totally, that is what we've called it for a long time.
You're going to hear us talk about this a lot, so if you're tuning in for the ride, here's what it is. We're coming across the 1K, nearing the 1250 mark, and some crews are all their speed out early in the race, and they're going to try and hold on to that. Some crews, they're strong off the start, but they're going to wait till that second or maybe that last third of the race to say this is where we're going to be our fastest. And some do it with pops and explosive.
Yeah.
Let's give it. What if it was one really big stroke? And some crews do it with a strong, sustained speed, just like you're pressing up or down on the gas pedal.
Georgia Tech out in front. Who's that on the far side?
Far side is Michigan State
and then Michigan, all within. Well, Georgia Tech and Michigan State are getting into a race and walking away here a little bit, and they're going after. You can see Georgia Tech trying to put a big move on here. This is about the point when Michigan likes to start moving again. Michigan State, that crew's rowing gorgeously, nice
Right.
and long.
And Fordham still has overlap with Michigan State just a little bit, so we'll see if they can hold on to that.
You can definitely see Georgia Tech up a little higher than either Michigan or Michigan State. Looks like Michigan has come through Michigan State, maybe, or they're moving on them. All sort of tight, taking a move here and bringing Fordham with them, actually. So that's actually quite a fun race, since this is like a preview of the final.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, caveat, you don't know what every crew is showing, but I'm willing to bet that all those crews are not just saying, okay, we'll just back off now, because there's too much ego involved.
From the tone,
it looks like Michigan's still moving on Georgia Tech. Will it be enough? Hard to tell.
From the tone of the coxswains, it definitely seems like they're going all
out. The coxswains are definitely calling this race.
Sure. I can tell you this Georgia Tech, but as they start to stretch out a little bit more their lead, Georgia Tech, this is one of their top boats. I recognize a lot of their names from their 1V that did very well to squeak into the B final at ACRA. So it was a very, very strong showing from them. So good to see them in the lightweight 4 breaking out into some of the smaller boats, trying to win a national championship and bring it home.
Editorial statement. I wish they'd leave the 8 in place.
Right. Yeah, that is.
I mean, if you're racing an 8 all season, keep racing it, you know?
But the fact they have 4 competitive lightweights, you know, competing in such a high caliber in the 8, you know, just goes to show, you know, they're and you can see right now how competitive they are.
They've just broken the field here. Yeah. You can see, looks like Michigan State, you know,
Michigan
very definitely a rivalry.
One thing I really want to point out here, so I wanted to say a little bit earlier, I love Fordham's stroke right now because there's a lot of float and send after they get the oar out of the water, not rushing back up. They're clearly not at
letting the boat. They're letting the hull run.
They're letting the hull run out. They're
them.
not at this over-aggressive thing, and they're really trying to stay on with Michigan, whether they know that Michigan lifts late in the race or not, and that is helping them charge through Michigan State, who they were, you know, not open water with, but now I think.
Well,
Michigan
that's why
State
you break a bow ball, which is what Georgia Tech has done. They want to get out of that, but that race behind them could, you know, in some ways
and that's
move.
what I think we're going to see a lot in the 8s that are coming up. Now they're coming up. The second novice 8 being the first one. There's going to be at least 1 or 2, if not so many, races in which there's a front runner, there's someone else, and whatever that last spot is to qualify for the semifinal it is truly a dogfight, and the crews there are going to be pushing so hard that they're going to overdo the result they get, right? They, in some cases, they might get first because
Georgia Tech 646, Michigan 648, Michigan State 649. Fordham comes back to within 650, less than a second off of Michigan State. And Michigan State 649 is only half a second off of Michigan, and Michigan is sitting 2.5 seconds off of Georgia Tech.
So that's gonna be great when we see them in there.
So it's gonna be great. I don't think anyone threw their full sprint in there. I would doubt it. There may be a little one, but you know, you don't want to, as we said earlier, you don't want to empty the emotional tank here.
Right. So coming up soon on the course, we are about 90 seconds into the first 8 race of the day. This is the men's second novice 8. So crews that are entered in this event have 4 other 8s entered, because there's varsity 3 8s, then a novice first 8, used to be the freshman 8, and now a second novice. Is the second novice 8 new? Did we have this last year?
No, the 2F has been here for many years. I believe Michigan has like something like 15 of the. Orange Coast gets in there a fair amount at times, but
so this event is going to be 2 heats. Top 3 are going straight to a grand final. The next 3, or that will be the next 2, are going to the B final. So on our screen from left to right, that will be UC Irvine, Minnesota, Michigan, and UCLA. Right now on your screen, you can see Minnesota, Michigan, and UCLA, with Michigan men up in the lead, Minnesota close behind, and UCLA about bow ball to stern tip on Minnesota.
We're probably about 750, so a point sort of first sort of when you get about 3 minutes in, 2.5 to 3 minutes in, just physiologically you have to go completely aerobic. There's no more anaerobia that you can play with at this point. So this is all about aerobic base and who can be more efficient, and that Michigan crew just moving very, very nicely. Todd Gokin, their freshman coach, has been, and associate head coach actually, has been working with them. So they've had a pretty successful season so far. That Purdue crew that we'll see in the next one in Orange Coast, always fast. That's, I think, the class that is field. Minnesota, though, hanging in there with them.
Yeah, Minnesota's hanging with them. UC Irvine a little bit off the pace, coming through the 1K marker. So top 3 to final will be these crews, but I think they want to put themselves in the best seating for the final coming up.
Just a little note, Michigan, you need to put a bow cap on that, stern cap, sorry, on that boat. Make sure that it's there. But you can see these guys swinging out, almost all of them walk-ons, a few high school rowers. Very nice blade work together. They're missing a little water, but they're the 2F. I was in a 2F boat. You know, it was like we sort of slop down the course a little bit and see what happens.
Coming up here, UCLA has gained some ground on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. We'll see if that creates a race like we just talked about, one where both of them trying to stay ahead of one another, catch up to Michigan, or we'll just see if UCLA has that second half speed. 2 years ago, UCLA notched their first V8 victory at ACRA's. Program has just been getting faster, getting deeper.
And UCLA is moving here. We can see them live.
So I think
and they are crawling back into Minnesota. The problem with Minnesota, if they were focused on Michigan, and then Michigan goes away, like it takes some time to refocus what you're doing. But UCLA moving nicely within 4 seats now.
They're moving nicely, and I was going to say, I think their whole program understands the kind of racing you need to bring to this weekend, and it is hold on, chomp the bit as long as you can. You need to have your speed in that last 500.
And Michigan just out in front, loping along now, but they can see the race happening behind them, and they're not going to get caught with it. I'm not expecting to see a full sprint out of them, but I do expect them to take their full lift sequence all the way through. And then UC Irvine, just a different base speed than the other 3 crews. So it's clearly going to be Michigan, UCLA, and Minnesota moving forward with for second novice 8s, second freshman 8s. Really nice, solid rowing there, good coaching. All 3 of those programs know what they're doing. Technically, you can see the blades going in. All we can see at this point from where we are, and you can see on your screen, is just how nicely those blades are dropping into the water. Now, the 8 is more stable than a 4, so it's easier to get a tighter tolerance on how the blade work is if you have basic control over your body, which they clearly all do.
Yeah, this UCLA crew is going to be interesting to see how they stack up against the rest of the competition. They got second. This very crew got second at the WIRA Championships.
Losing to Orange Coast, who we'll see in the next heat.
We'll see in the next heat. So it's going to be interesting how they kind of shuffle in. And it looks like they're going to be in third if they can mount us late charged against Minnesota, but I don't think it's going to be enough room for them as Michigan takes an open water victory, half a length of open water ahead of Minnesota, who's bow to stern with UCLA. Those are going to be your top 3
The 18-minute time will clearly be rejiggered at some point. It was definitely faster than that. But do you remember how much OCC was up on?
Looks like it was 10 seconds to.
So they were
UCLA,
closer than 10 seconds to Michigan. Now, crews develop, particularly at this time of year, and particularly novices, right? So things are just faster now, and you don't know how much more speed. Sometimes you get a kid in the middle of the boat to figure out how to connect his legs, and all of a sudden you're 7 seconds faster down the course or something without really changing personnel.
Or you show something different early in the season. It's still rigged, really heavy for basics and foundation to understand how to push, and then it's like, okay, it's time to race for real. You tighten it up a little bit, easier for guys to put maximum power with the least amount of fatigue that they could put on, and boats really start to sail. So that was great, and we have next coming up heat number 2 of 2 for the second novice 8 with Michigan State, that Orange Coast crew we've just talked about, Purdue, and Washington State. Once again, top 3 will go to the grand final, and the following crews will move on to the petite final for this event.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see the race between Orange Coast and Purdue. And as we see live pictures now, it looks like Orange Coast taking the initial advantage over the rest of the field. Orange Coast a half length to 3/4 length lead over, it looks like that's second place Purdue. But look at the two crews on the outside as well, and all 4 crews in this race. Looks like currently Washington State over Michigan State, but it's pretty close between those final 2 crews for that last qualifying spot. Again, top 3 crews are going to be headed to the A final, so it's going to be a dogfight to see which crew can have a chance to contend for medals.
Yeah, now Michigan has beaten Purdue at the 2F level at least once this season, maybe twice. I don't know about the ACRA off the top of my head. But this again, you know, Orange Coast Community College, essentially a 2-year institution. They have a history of developing some athletes for a couple of years, sending them on to Cal, sending them on to Washington. So there are probably some pretty good athletes in that program who also, as juniors, have spent a lot of time on the water. I mean, you have to be good to get recruited there.
Right.
They still have some walk-ons, but very nice, gorgeous. You can see actually
Walk-ons, some transfers. Purdue also has. They both develop athletes and take on walk-ons who, you know, it's not Division I or Division III or bust, right? There's so much great racing at this level that it's actually not a knock against someone to not take a recruited spot in college. It's, you know, if a school suits you better, and Purdue has a fantastic amount of majors that with a lot of possibilities, go row there. Be a part of another big team. Washington
gorgeous
State,
boathouse and engineering.
Engineering, just incredible connections to NASCA. Washington State out of Pullman. Washington Cougars pulling up. They're still fighting. I think they are
trying to get back into Purdue here.
In that 3rd spot. Great, and trying to stay ahead of Michigan State. So it's like a repechage in which you're just trying to beat that 1 or 2 crew. You're just trying to
get your spot.
Yeah, get your spot. And they're right in the middle of it, man.
Orange Coast putting on a gorgeous, just a gorgeous move here. I'm pretty sure that would be a fairly competitive crew in the first boat competition. Just opening up, very patient, stroke by stroke, not a big 10 or something like that. Just putting the pedal to the metal. Their catches tightened up. The lock on the water tightened up, and they just sort of took off. Sometimes when you're sort of cruising a little bit below 100%, you get these big, messy puddles, and that's what I saw first, and now that's gone. They're just really locking very nicely in there. Very nice move. So those 3 have figured out that order. Michigan State not out of it. I mean, behind, but they're still there, and you know.
Yeah, Michigan State not letting anything get decided without their
you see their bow ball sticking up there. Yeah.
Washington State maybe losing a little bit of that pace they had in the body. So we'll see if they make a really distinct shift here, or if Michigan State kind of wins the mental battle here. I can see the Michigan State rate just picking up. This is a very clear sprint. Blades a little high in the air, but they're showing.
They've got a sprint. They want a final.
Go.
They've got a sprint, and they're making.
They
make Washington State answer. You can see Michigan State is going to sprint through this.
As they come down to the line, it is the Pirates out of Orange Coast in control. The favorites out of the Western region. We are at champions, and they're going to be the ones to look out for, along with Michigan in the other heat. They're going to take the win here in the second Novice 8 second heat, followed by a length of open water to Purdue. And finally, the last crew, Washington State, is going to be able to hold off the charge from Michigan State to secure their spot in the A final. And again, 6:24, that's 2 seconds off Michigan's time in the previous heat.
6:22. But
this has been some.
You never know, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks to me like Oregon State. Oregon State could. They're also orange and on the West Coast.
Washington.
Orange Coast. Orange Coast sort of sat and then took this really nice late end move to do what they did. Purdue looking well. Washington State ends up 5 seconds in front of Michigan State. So not as close as maybe it looked, but Michigan State not off the off the end too much. So Michigan State and Irvine will come together in the petite final, and Minnesota, Michigan, UCLA, Orange Coast, Purdue, and Washington State will be in the A final.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's on Sunday, maybe tomorrow.
This has been some very high quality rowing. I'm actually quite surprised that from all 8 of these entries that we've seen. Again, this is the second novice 8, so not only are these athletes, this is their first year of college eligibility, so maybe they are freshmen who rowed in high school, or they just learned how to row this year and are racing for the first time. This is not even their top 8 set of athletes from all of these teams. This is the next 8.
You cannot enter a second boat without entering the category above
so
it.
That just shows the
you
depth
could enter
of these
a
programs.
varsity 8 and then enter a freshman, a novice 8, and then a second novice 8, as long as they're all truly novices. You don't have to fill out 8s just to fill out 8s. The whole point of the novice category is to let them learn with their peers.
I think we've talked about a decent amount so far, but again, in our jargon that we take for granted, novice is everyone on their first level of collegiate rowing, first year of rowing. And it's really important to make that distinction because the sport is so technical and is it's more accessible in the country now, but some people never have a chance to try it before college. So it's really important to have that even playing field in which you are going up against other people's freshmen or other people's first year athletes, so that you get a really fair shake, right? Going up even against novice to a third varsity 8, it might be like, what's the point of me doing this if everyone else is, if I have to go against people who are more experienced and therefore
now back
better.
in the day,
talk about it.
Back in the day, though.
Let's talk women's 8 who are on the course right now, and then we can do.
We can back in the day later, if I still remember. I may
women's
not.
novice 8 is on the course. This is the top novice 8 for the women. This is heat 1 of 2. Top 3 go to grand final. The next 3 go to the B final. So on our screen from left to right, we have lane 1, University of New Hampshire, University of Georgia, Orange Coast in the middle, and I believe in the lead, closely contested by Purdue. In lane 4, Illinois, UC Irvine, and UC Santa Barbara back there. So right now it looks like Orange Coast, Purdue, Illinois notching those top 3 spots early, saying that they are the crews that need to be beaten if you want to get a shot at the grand final. But New Hampshire is overlapping decently with Illinois. They are not going anywhere soon. They're going to hang on for dear life.
I had the pleasure of working with the Illinois athletes for some time over spring break down in Gainesville, Georgia, and there's some really good athletes in there, and they're well trained, and they're good mentally, good emotionally, and I think they'll push through. I think the advantage that the programs have at Orange Coast and at Purdue is just in the numbers, so that there's real pushing selection to get into that novice 8.
And this is year 1 or 2 for Illinois' coach?
This is his first year.
This is his first year,
so it's all new stuff. Yeah.
With good results and quality of character that you bring to it, I'm sure that program is going to grow, and with that depth should come the speed. And I think in a short amount of time we're going to see even more Illinois crews that we can say great things about. So for right now, Orange Coast and Purdue, now they're going stroke for stroke. They're going to come up in our line of sight. I think Orange Coast still holding on to that first place spot in the piece, but they're going to have to.
Orange Coast in the red boat.
In the red shell. They're going to have to earn it. It is very close. I think as we get into this last 750 of the race, I think it's going to go bow ball for bow ball every other stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting race shaping up here. Orange Coast, the runners-up at Lira in this event, and then Purdue, second place at ACRA, only losing to a Division I program in Kansas State. So Purdue was the top club finisher in this event at ACRA. So it's going to be interesting between the South region and the West region, 2 crews that were battle in contention for the win, and it looks like Purdue just starting to eke out it's bow ball to bow ball still. Wonderful drone shot here, but between the top 2 leaders. Again, top 3 boats going to the grand final, and Orange Coast with the response.
Orange Coast surging there a little bit.
Yeah.
You can just see in those 4 or 5 strokes there that they started to pull it off. starting to see how Purdue responds to that. Do they stay long? Do they stay pushy? Or do they start to
while
hatch
they were
it
going
in a little
stroke
bit?
for stroke, what Orange Coast gained after Purdue walked up to them a little bit is they had a little bit more composure. You can see in that side-to-side shot, there's a little bit of rocking side to side in that Purdue shell as they apply their power just again there, and less or none that is observable in that Orange Coast shell, which is helping that shell run out longer, stroke after stroke. Really solid work from that stern four in Orange Coast's hull to keep driving a really strong pace. But yeah, so now I think Coxon is probably calling out.
They are definitely racing. No one's pulling back now,
pulling back,
and that's
Coxon,
driven them away from Illinois. And you have UC Santa Barbara trying to come up on the outside in a really solid race there with
But don't take it for granted
Irvine.
just because they're not in the 2 spot. So Illinois is holding on to that 3rd spot. They're going to have to race it down the line because UCI and UCSB
and on the far side, also New
races
Hampshire.
where them trying to establish themselves one above the other. They're both catching up a little bit to the Illinois crew, specifically which one is in lane 7. That's UCSB. They are not quite yet bow ball to stern deck, but I think in this last 500 they're going to close and they're going to find that.
So what sort of happened to Illinois there is that the other 2 crews just got locked into a race, and they had a reason to go at another slightly full level. Illinois sort of rowing in no man's land, no woman's land right now, sort of in between things. So they can see what's happening behind them, and their stroke is quite smart about rowing and racing. It was clear from when I worked with them, and I'm sure that she's been talking to Coxon, and they know what's happening behind them. So they're still pressing, and they're going to take that 3rd spot unless something crazy happens in the last 200 meters.
Yeah, it looks like New Hampshire on the far side is the boat that seems to be moving the most right now. Illinois is going to have to keep an eye out for them as New Hampshire starts to open it up for a sprint. They were rowing pretty controlled as opposed to Illinois, who is already at a pretty high rate. So New Hampshire maybe saving a little bit more for the end of the race, but as we see now on your screen, it's Orange Coast in the lead. They stretched out almost open water lead now over 2nd place Purdue, and it's going to be Orange Coast taking the win in the women's novice 8, the first heat. They'll be headed to the A final. Look at how much they opened it up in the sprint there over Purdue, about almost a full length of open water. So very, very strong performance there by Orange Coast. And again, there's another boat that beat them at Weira, which is UC Davis, which we'll see in the next heat. Illinois managing to hold on to that 3rd place spot, opening it up over New Hampshire. Oh, and look at that, Santa Barbara.
UCSB and New Hampshire very tight. We'll have to wait and see what that result actually is.
Yeah, and I think really great because UCSB did not have that opening speed to assert themselves, but they picked it up and up and up to the middle of that race through the body. Great work by them. UCI, believe UCI is the Anteaters, walking through the finish line, and Georgia coming through to finish out Heat 1 of the Women's Novice 8. Bulldogs. We are coming up. I believe Women's Novice 8 Heat 2 is about to start, if not already on the course. And Heat 2 is going to contain another group of fast crews all over the... Oh, you see. Okay, so we only have an event, the top Women's Novice 8. This one does not have... The women's side of the league doesn't typically have the depth to warrant a second Novice 8 category event. So UCI has 2 8s entered into this event. So that's great that they do have 2 8s worth of novice athletes. So we'll see a good amount of crews, a couple other UCs, some Midwest, some New England, some South coming around.
So we'll be seeing Middlebury with their Moo Cow oars, Bowdoin in lane 2, UC Davis in lane 3, Grand Valley in lane 4, Tulane in lane 5, Michigan State in lane 6, and UC Irvine's B boat in lane 7. Now this event is seeded by a coach's poll, right? So I believe that it was seeded as Purdue 1, Grand Valley 2,
right.
UC Davis 3, Orange Coast 4, Illinois 5, Tulane 6, etc. If you were to look at them together, you can see the pattern of how they're aligned out in the lanes. But Orange Coast, beat that seed clearly.
Right, definitely. And like we talked about in the men's 2 novice 8, novice 8s get faster. Crews can get faster from certain checkpoints, so it's also important not to, win one race early in the year, especially on any Midwest body of water. You win one race in April, that does not set it in stone for the rest of the season. Or even, Bowdoin in this next race come from Maine. Their water might not be thawed early enough in the spring to care about early season results. So it's all about what you finish with, and we're on the course right now for Heat 2 of the Women's Novice 8 event. Not quite a chevron yet because it's really tight across from the left side to the right side of your screen. You see Irvine, B, Michigan State, Tulane, Grand Valley, UC Davis, Bowdoin, and Middlebury. So right now, Grand Valley and UC Davis, I believe you guys are up and at it. Tulane close by. Tulane is fighting with, that is Grand Valley, Lakers. All three of them looking for that #1 spot right now.
The Laker Navy, they call themselves.
Laker Navy. Not exactly a chevron because lanes 1 and 2 are also holding on to the pace. I think there's overlap with 6 of these crews here in this opening 500, 600 meters of the race. Fantastic to see.
Moment is where the
where crews settle, or not settle, stride, but some get dropped, and some
when
assert
the
themselves.
trees end just before 750
right,
on the
thank
left.
you.
So it's sort of one of the ways we can know a little bit where they are. That's a very tight chevron, and yet that 4th place crew, they've got to do something now to stay in that pack.
And I'm sure the caution's telling them that. I'm sure they're not like, don't sprint and open it up now. We still have to finish the race, but
let's stay in there because the race is going in front of them, and they've got to stick, and they are.
Yeah.
So they have actually broken from the 5th place crew.
That should be Bowdoin establishing themselves. They had a really great presence in the 8 last year, and every year that I've seen them. So I'm really happy to see that depth is still in the novice group. That's the Polar Bears up in their New England, maybe rivals, but New England competitors in Middlebury out of Vermont, all of which, hey, great work to UC Irvine B-Boat, but they're a little bit behind the pace on the left side of your screen.
Not unexpected. Tulane putting a nice move
Tulane
on there.
is doing a great job. We've seen a couple small boat crews out of Tulane. Excited to see how they contend in the big boats. That Green Wave driving along and showing us what Louisiana brings to the sport.
Yeah, interesting developments coming on this race. Grand Valley finished 2nd at ACRA behind Purdue, and UC Davis beat Orange Coast in the previous heat at Lyra. So very interesting developments shaking up. As you can see, the developments from the past few weeks from these regattas have mixed these results kind of up. So maybe Grand Valley not totally expecting to see UC Davis down.
Love this side-by-side shot that we're getting from here now on the drone right now, because Tulane is making a statement now. They're saying our body of the race is good enough to get up and ahead of you before we have to hold it all in the sprint. Grand Valley, Laker Navy doing a great job. Solid crew through and through. Solid culture of fast boats there. So we'll see if they have something up their sleeve a little bit later on. Great length, this overhead shot. You can just see really crisp catches. Everyone is attuned and is a very clear design to the stroke, right? Everyone is on the same page. It's not like, oh, just what works best to be powerful.
I mean, there is still, they haven't reached us yet. There's still a good 750 meters to go here, and it's really firming up that race, particularly 3rd and 4th, although maybe a little bit of separation howling now. That Tulane move is working, man. They are coming up and just have a different level. Now they're going here. They're throwing their bodies around a little bit. Their coxswain is steering into the other crew just a little bit to try and get some contact. This Grand Valley crew, a long history here of Grand Valley women's rowing being very, very strong, reaching back to John Bancary's day. Also another one of our Hall of Fame honorees is Sarah Zelenka, who was an Olympian who came out of Grand Valley. So they've done some lot of stuff. But this is a great race now for second. And then third and fourth is tight too, with only 3 going on.
Yeah, all 4 boats in contention, in connection, and only 3 of them going to advance. It looks like UC Davis right now is the boat on the outside looking in right now, but they just got overtaken by Bowdoin. Bowdoin with a really strong middle of the piece, but we'll see if UC Davis has anything.
Bowdoin is closing down on the 2 boats in front of them, too.
Yeah, so we are through the 1,500 meter mark. It is 500 meters to go. When it is in the red buoys, it is going to be the last look through the door. Do you want in or do you want out? Who is going to take that 3rd spot?
I tell you, I like the composure in that Grand Valley crew.
Really?
Look at the body staying quiet and tight, and yes, they're going full.
Yep, I haven't
and
seen.
Here comes Bowdoin moving.
I haven't
oh
seen
my God,
anything
Bowdoin!
to show that the coxswain of the rowers
Bowdoin
are
is now in
shaken.
second. Bowdoin is now in second.
This is going to be a fantastic finish to the race. Can't wait to see what happens, what these crews do. Also, a really clear stroke design from Bowdoin. Everyone the same length out, same twist over, but the hips still driving together. Really
New
good
England
spot.
simple style.
So what we're going to look for now is while they're really close together, there's not so much you can do by bringing it up a stroke rate or whatever. Who's going to be the most clean, effective crew? Who's going to do the least to get in their own way?
So you can see Bowdoin continuing to move. I think Grand Valley has enough to hold them off in the red buoys.
And I think Tulane's going to hold off Bowdoin.
Tulane may hold them off too, but Bowdoin is moving there quite nicely. Yeah, Tulane's still hanging right in there. You know, again, this is why you try and break bow balls, because that 4th crew just has gotten left now. And it's not that they're not going absolutely as hard as everyone else in the race. They just don't have the input from the other crews in the way that these 3 sort of can feel each other around.
So, charging through the finish line, Grand Valley.
Bowdoin. Oh, I think it was Bowdoin.
Tulane.
I'm calling Bowdoin.
That's going to be great. We'll know in just a second.
I'm calling Bowdoin.
The athletes from Bowdoin and Tulane, I don't think they're going to know for a minute who followed through the finish line first. So there's just going to be this gasp. It's going to be this moment of how hard did we push? Did we get
I think we're going to be waiting on that result because I'm pretty sure it's close enough that they're going to be checking.
It's going to be photo.
There it is,
right
Bowdoin.
now.
717.
Bowdoin is 717.912. We'll see Tulane score in a second. You see Davis, Tulane. Whoa.
77921.
So, take this moment. If you're watching the live stream, go to herenow.com, and you should also take a look. They'll have the photo finish probably updated for this one to see from the tower exactly what crew.
And this is why that word unofficial is up there, because this is a tight enough finish that they will go and check the video and check the
Right, and that's why we take so much time to make sure that we are aligned at the start. The crews their bow balls are perfectly in order. Shells are a little different size sometimes, so we got to make sure that we are off the start at the exact correct alignment, so that when we check and we need to take a picture at the finish, we know that is not because one crew also
started a foot up.
And
a foot doesn't sound like a lot.
It's
but,
a lot.
You know, it can be a lot.
Yeah, 9 1/1000ths of a second there. That's millimeters. Of a gap there, so definitely gonna have to go back and check the footage. But
I'm still gonna say it was clear to me from Bowdoin, but you know, Bowdoin was also making a surge, and sometimes that pulls your eye in a different way.
Right. UC Irvine B coming through the line. Great work by their crew to have 2 Novice 8 entries in here. Unofficial times are up as we finish up the women's Novice 8 heats and move on to the men's Novice 8 heats, of which we have more than 2. We should have 3 heats. These will all be top 4, moving on to a semifinal, an A-B semifinal. Next 4 moving on to a C-D
and they're off.
semifinal. They're off.
In this first heat, we have Penn State in lane 1. That's to your left. UC Davis in 2. Michigan in 3. Purdue in 4. Rutgers in 5, Delaware in 6, and Georgia in 7. Purdue beat Michigan handily 3-4 weeks ago. And Rutgers and Michigan have had some races as well. So there's a lot of knowledge in those crews in what they're going. This Novice 8, this freshman Novice men's 8, has always been one of the most competitive events at this regatta.
Right.
Again, there's some leveling in there in terms of a lot of new guys sport. They're all about 18 and 19 years old, or for the most part. And again, 3 to go through, so it's going to be quite a race. You see Purdue moving out with a very strong base, which we've seen out of them all season. Just some really good guys in that boat, and they believe in what they're doing. With Rutgers also pushing them, and I don't believe those two crews have seen each other. So Rutgers responded.
And I mean, if you've been with us all day, which I'm sure so many of you had, took the day off. This is going to be the first time you've seen Rutgers all day because they are here for the 8s. They are only doing 8s. So they've been a force as they've started to return to the ACRA recently, right? I'm sorry, to the ACRA recently.
ACRA
right?
recently. So they were the crew that lost their varsity status at Rutgers. Tried to start to play in the big leagues. Now they're in the Big Ten, and they cut rowing. The Rutgers alumni came back with a lot of support. The same coach who coached them as an IRA crew, Pops, is now leading them here, and they are putting a nice little move on Purdue. It'll be interesting to see because I don't think Purdue has been pushed like this season.
And they're still pretty even, maybe a little bit up on UC Davis, and we'll see if that. I think they will extend that out a little bit more, and we're starting to see our classic chevrons of the day.
Michigan and Delaware there that are sort of racing for third. Is that correct?
I believe Michigan is out in the lead right now, actually, over Purdue at the moment. So a little bit of a, like you said.
Was I misreading that?
Yeah,
I was reading it the other way.
Michigan's.
I'm sorry, Todd. I apologize.
And yeah, a little bit of a shock here. You've been seeing the polls come out recently, and Purdue has handily been at the #1 spot for quite a long time.
Let me digress here. Let me strike for the record, please. That is the Michigan Wolverines, Todd Gokin's crew out there. They have gotten a lot faster because they lost to Purdue by almost 10 seconds just 4 weeks ago. So that has turned around, and they are taking a gorgeous move. You can hear the lightness in my voice that has come up now. You know, I was thinking there was Michigan fighting for third, but I'm glad they're out in front with Purdue also there.
They're not going to let you back to the trailer.
They'll feed me anyway. That's all that counts. But you can just see, look at that rhythm. Really, really nice there.
You can start to hear from the shores, or we can start to hear from the shores, loud cheering from the supporters on land, and the coxswains, and you can hear the oarlocks turning. It is a thump and a pound. These guys are going for it stroke for stroke, so it still looks like Purdue, Michigan up in the lead. Rutgers is squeezing back a little bit. UC Davis is holding on to that third spot, but it is top 4.
Purdue is putting a move here.
Top 4
Purdue is definitely putting a move here on Michigan, though. Purdue is trying to get back in there. Those two programs had a very old school dual race on Ford Lake, which will be the site of the mega regatta later this summer in July. All 3 national champion, all 3 levels of racing at once, or in one 11-day series. And Purdue, they're not wanting to give it up. Michigan still longer. Purdue is taking the rating up,
look
as
at
you
this.
can see, taking a move in there.
Yeah, Purdue has had enough of being down on Michigan. As they hit the 500 meters, I just saw an aggression that came out that they haven't had all race. And now look at the move that they've done.
But again, you got to be careful about when you spend your emotional money.
Right. I will say this is a
because Michigan has sat there and sort of absorbed it, and now they're going to move, and they're saying, okay, we're matching speed. That's fine. You did that. There's a price to be paid for that, and the price may just be how you feel when you come off the water, and did you drain it a little bit too much. But there is a day to recover. So, oh, no, there's the semis tomorrow.
Yes.
So there's not a day to recover,
So this is a very risky maneuver by Purdue, and it looks like it has paid off at least today, but going into the later rounds,
Michigan is still up. Michigan is still up by about 3 or 4
I think Purdue just
seeds.
started to overtake. Now there goes Purdue. overtaking Michigan for the lead of this
there we
men's
go,
novice 8. And again, they were down by more than half a length going into the last 500 meters. So to wait up until now shows that they have a lot left in the tank, but also
The bowman
maybe-
looking over.
maybe a little bit risky for Purdue to keep racing like
There's
this.
a
later in
lot
the-
of body
later in the
being
round.
thrown in that Purdue boat.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about all the technology catching up is everyone can see. Right back when I raced, no one could see what you're doing in the boat that close up. Purdue taking the first in that heat, Michigan.
But
I need to keep an eye on those crews as they move to the semis. That is UC Davis taking third.
Yeah.
There should be Rutgers coming through fourth, pretty far ahead. Of the
those
rest
4
of the
crews will go into the semifinals.
Following them
But
should be
you know
Delaware,
the
Penn
Michigan
State,
crew
and
is going to
Georgia.
come off feeling pretty good because
sure,
to
yeah.
go
Oh,
from
yeah.
10 seconds to 1.5 seconds is a big difference, and they led.
And yeah, I'm sure they did not go to the well and they didn't change their race plan just to win that first one. Because there's 2 more races to be had. So those are the more important ones. You got to get to the A final if you are finishing 1-2 in this one, and if you're going to do that, you got to fight your way to the win.
So the other thing is they will not see each other.
They won't. They'll be
in
in
those
separate. They'll be in
semifinals.
separate ABs.
Yeah.
But there'll be other crews to measure that off of. Great work by the Blue Hens out of Delaware. Penn State just came through the line, and University of Georgia in their last 250.
Yeah, look at that time, 6:08 for a men's novice 8. That's very, very high quality rowing.
It used to be 6:15 to 6:20 would win this event,
right,
and that's not the case anymore. Now the equipment's a little bit lighter and better, but it's not that much difference. It's just you could see the rowing; they're very, very solid. Both those crews also getting to go out and prepare against their 1V, 2V, 3V in practice. So they're being provided some faster crews to try and see what they actually can do at that point. So like we said, this is often one of the best events in the regatta, precisely for races like that in the heats, right? And we'll see similar coming up. We have Bowdoin in lane 1, Bucknell in 2, Minnesota in 3, Orange Coast in 4, Washington State in 5, UC Santa Barbara in 6, and Virginia Commonwealth in 7.
Great to see Virginia Commonwealth in the 8.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Really, really, especially after the amount of solid small boats they had this morning. Great that they're also putting in an 8 and being in the show. So they, I imagine, are on the course now. There's no obstructions to our schedule, so I believe, yeah, they're out of the first 100 as well. Not quite to the, out of the first 100. It is looking pretty tight across. I'd say in about 30 seconds or so, we'll have a really clear idea of whose body of the race to this fast, or who is lengthening out and holding down something just a little bit lower in the stroke rate, and therefore a little bit slower. But really, every heat of this is going to be a tough draw. It's just going to be fast crews across, and even top 4 sometimes might look like, how are we going to make that happen with everyone else in this event? If I read this correctly, this looks like Orange Coast is just slightly ahead of Minnesota, and then I believe Bucknell in that 3rd place spot with that was Washington State close on their heels. Yes, I think that's correct. So big setup from these first 4 crews, the first 3 of which are open water on the last 3 crews in the event. You can see a lot. I love looking at an event from this water. This is how I usually see it on shore when I'm watching. I just see blades up, I see puddles. I know that crews are on the move and just shaking it down the course. So really strong stride from these boats. And if they've settled, it looks like this first half of the race, the body is going to be stroke for stroke. These first 3 crews, OC, Orange Coast, Minnesota, and Bucknell, holding on to each other.
Something happened there. There was a
super
crab.
Bucknell is just about to get out of it. Minnesota had to stop on their course, and now Washington State has a very clear line to 3rd, and Bowdoin and UC Santa Barbara have a shot at 4th place now that is going to change.
And
the
there's
race
nothing you can do about that. That is just
significantly.
the race and the way it happened.
That's heartbreaking for that Minnesota crew who was out in the lead going into the second half of this race, and a devastating crab is going to ruin their chances to advance. And yeah, one of the favorites as it was starting to shape up. So that's going to be really, really unfortunate, for them. But for Washington State and for Bucknell, the two crews that were kind of on the outside looking in, that's going to bode well for them. They're going to be able to advance as there's that Minnesota crew stopped on the course. Looks like they maybe had some breakage.
Well, they
really
have
hoping
to,
everyone's okay in that boat.
Yeah, absolutely. They all looked like they were sitting up. The referee is checking with them about what was happening and what they were seeing. They still haven't straightened up in the lane yet. To progress, they have to get across the finish line.
So this is now the Bucknell crew with a fresh perspective on the heat. They should still be up in the second spot, coming up not quite to the, oh yeah, went through the 1K mark for us. And they have stopped rowing. They've stopped the
event. Race. You can see a referee putting the red flag up. It's very unusual to stop a race in the middle of that.
I don't think there wasn't a collision. So
I was going to ask you if you thought there was.
I looked like Minnesota was clearly in their lane. Nothing happened. Perhaps debris. We've had a lot that we've avoided. Perhaps if it was
debris, unfortunately, is a misadventure rule. You don't stop a race for that. Misadventure is sort of
but it hasn't
the shit happens rule.
Lane. So we'll check in with the registration area first, and we'll come back before we make up any clear.
And the referees are ordering them off the course to get them out of the way of the next race, and I'm sure everyone's wondering what happened.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Guys
Coxswain's looking around, trying to sort of figure this out. The Orange Coast crew sort of spinning the boat a little bit to get across. They're all going to come off, maybe head back up.
Yeah, looks like they're heading up.
So if you stop a race this far in, I mean, they were 1,250 meters in. The rule technically says, although I have never seen it applied ever, and I've been around this sport for 40 years now, scary thought, you're supposed to realign them at that place and start again. Actually, I correct myself. In the Oxford-Cambridge women's race this past spring, they stopped the race and had a restart, but it's the first time I've seen anyone actually do that with only 2 boats. And everyone was all worried, you know, that's the actual rule, but something must have happened. We don't know yet. We will get that explanation to you. I'm sure it will be the discussion of the regatta. For sure.
Personally, I would not have made that decision. I don't really.
Well, we didn't see what happened. We didn't see what happened.
Yeah, but personally, again, taken out of context, but that's not something I would have done personally.
I am sure the registration and the officials will be thrilled to hear our opinions about all this. So all we can do is wait for Heat 3 of the men's Novice 8 to come down the course before we see the re-row of what was a very, very close Novice 8 Heat number 2.
I'm actually trying to go to look at the rules to see exactly what it says. So you can go look in U.S. Rowing Rules of Racing. This is true. This is rising to levels of rowing geekdom that we very rarely get to do, but which many rowers love to get in. I'm sure that there's probably already both a Reddit and a rowing boards discussion happening at this very moment. 2023 rule. Let's see if I can turn 2025. That's just the changes that were suggested. So rules of racing, and this should be in the content, in the body of the race. So you're lucky you don't cox for me, because I do actually make you read and know all of these
and
down.
Many a story of you at a coach and coxswain meeting correcting the officials about stuff, or
not correcting. May I kvetch?
You may.
One of the things
I'll cut you off
I
if
will
it's-
point out about this regatta is there is not a coxswains and coaching meeting. There is not a meeting at the March Madness where you pull all the basketball teams together and make them go through a rules meeting with the referees. And
you appreciate about this
I
regatta.
appreciate that. That is
Okay,
a good
interesting.
thing that they don't do that, because it's a national championship. We should know the rules. There's some small things you need to do. There's
course,
education you
you
need
know,
to do.
things especially about
Coxswains
the
get
course.
that
This
in a
is-
packet ahead of time.
Yeah,
You've
this
got
is
to
where you
check
need to
in.
warm up, not warm up
Yeah,
over
this
there,
is how
shallow
all
over
that
here.
stuff. But you don't need to be told here are the 3 types of starts that we
Funny.
have, blah, 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 right? So I hate being in a regatta and it's the morning and you have a head referee who decides to give a primer on all of the rules of racing, because like we're supposed to know. We don't know it, disqualify us.
Sure. And what I was going to think of was, there's so many different courses, and there's little differences and picadillos, and we only have this many lanes and that. But someone running a regatta saying, actually, so this is how we do it here. It's like, no. That's not how the races run. That's not how duels or collegiate invitationals are run. We, and disagreeing about that. Those are the stories I've heard. It looks, although they asked them to get off the course, as if to let the next heat come down, it seems as if they're going to try and restart this race first.
Well,
I don't
what
see
they
any crews coming
theoretically
down.
should be doing, and I'm sure at this
Minnesota
point, Sam, the
is-
chief referee, is involved in.
Sure.
I'm sure that there's
Great
being
steady hand there. So he
being
is
looked
managing it
at,
all.
right? If there is an interference or a foul, if a crew has left or is about to leave its own water and is in danger of interference with another crew that is rowing in its own water, the referee shall instruct the offending crew to move. Okay. It shall not be interference if a crew is washed or obstructed while rowing outside its own water. Stopping of a race in progress, Rule 2-405. This is so geeky, I apologize in advance, but I can't stop myself. The referee shall stop the race by giving instructions described in Rule blah 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 if, due to interference or unfair condition, it is likely that a crew in contention has been deprived of its opportunity of winning, placing, or advancing, and if further continuance of the race is no further competitive value, right? And then you resolve that interference with there's restorations that are possible, maybe guilt, the appropriate penalty.
So yeah, it sounds like it's the misadventure, as if a crew hit a piece of debris. No one can control. No one can see it if it was under the water. I think we picked out just about every piece of debris that was floating in sight. So it's not something that should be done at the expense of the other crews racing. So we'll see what the official call was on that pretty soon. It looks like Minnesota is traveling back down towards the start line with the other competitors from that heat. But I imagine, given some of the crews that are, it looks like Minnesota is rowing back to the launch land area. I imagine they maybe lost a skeg in
But that doesn't
I
stop the
understand.
race.
But I'm saying what they're doing about why they're rowing back.
They clearly have 5 is clearly hunched over and is not
Okay.
rowing, so maybe there's although it looks to me like they
No.
dropped a skeg
This
because
is-
they're
yeah.
using their stern pair to steer.
tap and row it in. So we'll see soon if they've started Heat 3 of the Novice 8, because they do have everything else running in accordance to the rest of the schedule. So again, I hope everyone's okay.
So the stop of the race would be appropriate if the crew having to react to them could have moved themselves out of contention. Then you would stop
and
the
it
race.
came close to that. Bucknell
Had
rode
to-
their way out of it.
Yeah, but it was tight, and it could also affect emotionally how the crew
yeah.
responds.
But
So
we'll
it looks
see
like
soon.
Minnesota is coming back, and the coxswain is definitely using her stern pair with the
steer.
blades on the water to steer. So my guess is that they probably hit some debris and lost their skeg. I had a freshman crew lose their skeg at ACRA. Was it ACRA?
Maybe.
It was definitely against. It was early in sort of. It was before. No, it was definitely before ACRA, and they were racing on the Occoquan, and actually moving away from Georgetown. Varsity program at that time was the first novice 8 we'd had that really was moving as a program, and they hit the skeg and dropped to 5th and had to finish in the B final, which they won with the fastest time of the day. And I still have a tiny little wooden oar that they all signed called the Skeg Breakers.
Funny.
So disappointing for that crew for sure. It knocks them out of the ABC progression.
And so now we have Heat 3 on the move, everything resuming as it's supposed to be. So from the left to the right, we have URI, Virginia, UCLA, Michigan State, George Washington, and UC Irvine. Looks like Michigan State is up and leading the pack with the bright blue oars of UCLA. Actually in 3rd, second to Washington. Might even be a close 4th behind UC Irvine. So different race here. A lot of the crews in lanes 1 through 4 holding on to that opening pace, and it is the top 4 to the AB semifinal, as it has been for the other ones. So Virginia and URI need to pick up the body of their race if they want to contend with, I believe, UCLA in that 4th place spot.
Yeah, it does look like Michigan State currently in control at the moment, and again, it's going to be another battle for those top 4 spots. Looks like maybe 5 boats currently in contention. Looks like currently Virginia is the crew that is on the outside looking in, but yeah, really strong rhythm from Michigan State at the moment. George Washington sticking their nose in there as well. UC Irvine just ahead of UCLA, so another battle occurring between those 2 West Coast based crews. But here's a shot of Michigan State, the current leaders, getting the blades down to the water quite efficiently. That's some really solid placement, Eddie, that we've seen out of novice crew.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I love that front end catch and squeeze. These guys are really hanging on it. The way I would describe it is that outside armpit, so the one furthest away from the end of their handle, from the end of their oar, armpit wide open. There's so much room for them to swing that handle around the oar lock with pressure out and propelling the boat through. So they're using that to open up, extend themselves. Right now it's just barely overlap, but I think that's going to be gone, that overlap that George Washington had on them. George Washington still barely in 2nd, but I think UCLA, body of the race, is picking up to assert 3rd. UCI is going to have to race Virginia down to the line to make sure they hold on to this 4th spot. Right now they're on the screen, but I think pretty soon we're going to see Virginia charge in and up onto the scene. And actually UCLA is doing that early. They are establishing themselves ahead of GW. So here's one of those crews we've talked about. It's all about what is the speed you are going in the 2nd half of the race, and importantly, once you hit the red buoys, are you at your fastest then? UCLA seems to want to tell us that, yeah, that's who they are. Very decked out paint on this shell, lots of different colors. I don't see that very often. Usually it's 1 or 2. But all the colors of the Bruins right there, who now are trying to get their bow overlapping with Michigan State's boat.
Yeah, really solid rhythm from that UCLA crew. There's a great shot of them again. Runners-up at the WIRA Championships this year, only behind that Orange Coast boat that was contending for the win before their race was unfortunately stopped. But looks like this, as they enter the last 500 meters, it continues to be Michigan State, but UCLA on the move. But it looks like UCLA is also bringing George Washington along as well. But there's the gap now for the lead. Michigan State.
That Michigan State boat is rowing gorgeously. So tall.
Nice. It's
sitting
so
up. It is just great rhythm.
Flying through the water. That shell is having a great day.
It is exploding through the water in just the right way.
Yeah,
now,
so
their foreman is starting to get a little anxious, rushing up there pretty quick.
1,500 meters, it is Michigan State, it is UCLA, followed by GW, I believe the Colonials, and Virginia.
And then Virginia in 4th.
Established themselves in that 4 spot ahead of UCI, and I think they're going to charge, and just given the way I know that how their program rose, they're probably not going to be satisfied until they are at least bow to stern with that George Washington boat before the finish line. And this is URI following through, steady and strong. in the 6th spot. Red buoys coming up for those lead 3 crews. Just moving at a fantastic clip right now. Yeah, 4-seat and 2-seat in the Michigan State Shell are starting to get a little tired. Not
he was.
Oh, yeah,
what I saw was at 4 was he was rushing to try and get up and get back in and go harder, as opposed to staying in that rhythm, which we had loved.
Yeah, we really saw a beautiful glide out of that Michigan State boat when they passed by us, and they're going to try and continue that rhythm. But yeah, very little instability in that boat, which is great to see out of a novice crew.
I wonder what the UCLA boat's called. I can't read that shell from
the
here.
The Black and Night.
Great work here.
Or maybe that's the sponsor.
Are charging up. They're going to try and get that little bit of overlap on MSU, if nothing else, just to prove that their margins aren't so far apart when they get figured out for the finals. And who knows where crews are going to be placed in that AD
You really
final.
have an advantage to being in the top 2 for how
for
how the semifinals get circle seeded. And so it's worth trying to do that. They don't look at times. They have, I think it's 2, maybe 3 different progressions, and they draw one randomly, and that's how you get assigned. So the other thing that used to be an issue in the Dad Veil in particular is they knew exactly what the progressions were.
Oh, okay.
So some crews would sit there and try and game it. We want to come in 3rd, not 2nd, so that we don't have to race against so-and-so.
Right. That's good that they've
in the semi. And so when they take that away, right, then you just have to go.
That's good to learn from that.
It is a very Philly thing. No offense to
to
my Philadelphia brother here.
So URI pushing a really good piece down to finish off the red buoys here, closing in the last 50 meters of the piece, and they're through, which does not.
This is slower significantly than
the Michigan,
one
the Michigan won. We'll see what that means, though. We'll see what that means.
The wind is not hugely a factor here.
Not hugely, but there might just be a difference of that gap and that surprise in when they started the racing. So, yeah, I would say as a coach, I need to work against my first assumption of, like, let me just call, heat 1 to heat 2 to heat 3, all those things
all
are
the same thing.
Yeah, you said it earlier. We're in an outdoor sport. Even if we can't see it with our eye right now, things change enough.
But great to see Michigan State putting forward. I mean, that is a large campus with a lot of athletes, and we've all known for a while that when Michigan State gets the right coach and figures some stuff out, they go fast. They had a very fast varsity 8 several years ago, but it's a tough school to build a team with over time. So I'm hoping that Michigan State is thinking about how they retain and keep those athletes. It looks like we have the 4th heat.
This is actually the
men's varsity 8.
First heat of the third
of
varsity
the
8.
3v8. Wow. Sorry, thank you.
So yeah, from left to right on your screen, left side of the screen right now is lane 6. That is UNC, followed by Delaware, Bucknell, Minnesota, and Rutgers is all the way on the right-hand side of your screen. And it looks like that's Bucknell maybe, currently out in front. And yeah, that's the orange and blue blades of Bucknell, sporting a 7.6 bucket, which is 2 rowers consecutively on the same side behind each other. And yeah, you can see a better shot of Bucknell, bow to stern ahead of, looks like, Minnesota. So these are the third varsity 8s. Traditionally, these are going to be athletes, I believe, 17 through 24, if my math is correct, in terms of speed on the 8s. So
very definitely 17 through 24.
So
although at the 3V level, you might take out some lightweights to make a lightweight 4.
Sure.
You might choose the varsity 4 and the 3v8, I think, have the same points level. So, or maybe the varsity 4 is worth slightly more, so you might actually select a 4. But I know that in most of the programs with 3/8s, they go 1, 1, 2, 3. So coming into us here, we have Bucknell out in front very nicely.
Bucknell Bisons, up in the lead.
Minnesota getting down this course without losing a skeg, also looking quite nice, very patient, not looking like they're... None of those crews looking like they're really...
no, nobody's forcing it.
No one's forcing it here. It's very nice rowing across here.
This is
Delaware
3,
bringing
though.
3/8 to ACRA.
Great
We
work.
are loving that. Way to go, Delaware.
This is top 3 to the A final, though, so there does need to be a decision made. That is Delaware up ahead of Rutgers. Rutgers has to make a decision. How much do we need to fight for it to see if we can squeeze ourselves into that A final, or is this going to be a weekend where we try and win the B final? Great work by the Golden Gophers there. Very funny that a lot of their football chants are all about row the boat, right? That should really be over here. So
I think Minnesota football should be paying the rowing team, although they have a varsity women's rowing program, which is great. I think that they should be paying the rowing program for that row the boat stuff.
I think
as
so.
should again, Colorado. Just saying. Come on, Coach Prime, step up, step up.
So coming in, everyone's going to be near those red buoys pretty soon to find their last 250 to see who has the closing speed. Golden Gophers are
Bucknell very nicely
trying to
out in
catch
front
Bisons.
there. That 3V of Dan's has been strong all year. They row very, very well, and really just sort of out in front there. They've gotten some open water, so they can just sit there and see what's going on.
Push and haul on it there through the line.
Oh, no open water, but still close.
No, Minnesota close second, and Delaware notching their trip to the A final. Rutgers hanging on, overlap, but didn't have that gear to
couldn't quite push up into it.
In that last 750, solid row from them, guys out in New Brunswick, and this is UNC, the Tar Heels out of Chapel Hill, wrapping up that heat.
So the next race should also be equally interesting and tight. We will have Purdue in lane 2, Michigan in lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, Notre Dame in lane 5, and Grand Valley in lane 6, and all Midwest heat here. All of these crews have, with Virginia, they're honorary Midwest though. They come to us, and we go to them, and we race them a bunch. Sorry about that. Yes, Virginia is a sculling school in the Midwest. Thank you, Swiss Sculler. But those Purdue, Michigan have raced each other. They've all raced Notre Dame and Grand Valley. Those 4 crews were at the ACRA just 2 weeks ago, which is sort of what has set up this seed to a certain extent, which I think Bucknell was number 1, Virginia 2, Michigan 3, Minnesota. Yeah. So Michigan's 3V has beaten Purdue, Virginia, and Notre Dame recently, but there's been some folks who've come back from some injury and coming into this race, and you can see Michigan nice and easily sort of out in front there. About, so we're 3 minutes 45 in, so they're probably around 1200 or so. Yep. Michigan out in front, nice and pushing, and Virginia and who's in that light blue boat? That's a green boat from Notre Dame.
And then light blue is Grand Valley on the outside.
On the outside. There you go. So again, 3 to go through.
Great pick up from the stroke pair in that Michigan boat. You can just see with great compression there. Their knees are rising up, floating right around their collarbone. That blade goes in and hangs back there until they uncoil with as much power as possible.
There's some really nice flow in that Notre Dame boat, and that they're moving on Virginia to get through. Really sort of giving a shove and maybe closing back in on Michigan a little bit.
Maybe closing back in. It might be one of those races where they pull
where it's
themselves
sort
up
of you
to
let
the
them
front
come
of the
back in,
field.
but there's some open water there, and I know that Coxon she is not gonna let Ananya is not gonna let them get away.
I
now
don't think
Virginia answering.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Is like from the drone, Notre Dame is putting that speed up to assert themselves into this last 500, but just like body language, the guys look like they're really pulling everything they have to do that, and I worry that Virginia's going to watch whatever that move was, and they're going to pick it up. They're going to go.
And you can see Virginia starting to move here now. On the video, though, you see these the technical skill all the way down into the 3V level at Michigan. Blades going in very nice and deeply. I watch their video after practice 2 or 3 times a week, and comment for it
Right.
for them, hashtag rollingseatcoaching.com.
Right, and then Purdue's is actually closing up on the field a lot closer up into it than they were in that first 1K. So good work by the Boilermakers there. But on the screen right now, pretty clear that Michigan is going to notch first place in the 3v8 heat number 2. We'll see what that time is, see if it's ahead or competitive with their novice 8. See what those varsity guys do. I always love the big V on the back of the Virginia jerseys and T-shirts and whatever. Really, just kind of like the block M, right? Really,
absolutely, it's iconic in the sport now.
Yeah, and now that you get the drone footage, it's like, yeah, this reminds you who we are. Don't get us twisted with any of the other orange crews coming through here. Good look, following through. It's a lot of long, tall guys in that Michigan shell through the line. Then Virginia, Notre Dame hanging on, right? Virginia could make that move back up. 6:14 in the Michigan 3v8. Purdue is through the line. So, yeah, not as fast as that Michigan novice 8 came through, but I think there's
a wind now. We can feel it.
Enough of a slight breeze that I think it's doing more on the course than it is to us, even if just seconds. So,
some crews like a little headwind.
Some crews like a
they
little
do
headwind.
like a little headwind.
And there's Grand Valley, Laker, and Navy through the line. Great work from that Midwest heat. Moving on to the 2v8. This is back to a top 4 to AB semifinals event because they roll deep. We have 3 heats of 2v8. A lot of crews, a lot of the programs that are in this event, they want this shell to do as well as their 1v, right? They care so deeply that their 2v8, their guys 9 through 16 can pull this weekend out on top. So the depth matters. Something I always love about the sport when I'm trying to get new kids and new families involved is like it's not just as much as the 8 is the show. It's not just about the top 8 because then there's another one and there's another one and events as many boats as we can go deep. We will have a seat for you to give your absolute best on, and it's going to matter.
And one of the ways that this regatta rewards that is that every crew that races here gets points.
Yes.
Pretty much. So that if you're in the 3rd or 4th final, you know, we've had years with the varsity 8 where we've had 6 finals, and
right.
the crew down in the 6th boat final is making points for their team. So everyone's producing that. You know, one of the things that we were seeing last year was Purdue just making everyone get into the final. That's not been happening in the same way this year,
no.
but it doesn't mean that they're not in the hunt. So far, I think all of Michigan boats have moved forward as they need to. They're still not in finals. There's still a bunch of semifinals. Virginia has been producing well every place they've been going. UCLA has been producing well. You start to want to try and track some of these programs. Rutgers, the Rutgers 3V didn't.
B final, yeah.
Went to a B final, but they'll still get points, and they won't be that far off.
In this 2v8 heat number 1, from the left side of your screen and across will be Virginia Tech, UNC Men, Rutgers, Virginia, UCLA, Orange Coast, and UC Irvine. So right now it looks that is Virginia pushing themselves up and above the rest of the field, and then a very tight race between. That is Rutgers, UCLA, and Orange Coast, and then just a little back is UNC, and I think they're going to be trying to grind themselves back up, overlapping with one of these crews. But
now this is a seeded event, seeded by coaches poll, and the cool thing again is you get to see every coach's vote in the poll, so it's a pretty honest poll because everyone, you can't game the poll very much. And this Virginia crew was the clear number 1 seed in the event with Michigan second there. When they raced each other early in the season, Virginia beat Michigan handily at that point. And again, if you want to know what Virginia is really known for, it is these spectacular and very fast 8s.
Very fast 8s. And it was a handful of opening years where it was Michigan or it was Virginia winning the V8. I don't know about the 2v8, but I imagine that speed followed. So great pace here. They're flying through.
An amazing race here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and it matters.
It matters, and great work from Rutgers. They're grinding their way back up and in, possibly ahead of Orange Coast. I'm looking at the buoys as they line up with me. Virginia sending it along in that.
And a full length or more of open.
But it is
Orange
OC,
Coast.
and then I think just barely UCLA and Rutgers.
I call it Rutgers and UCLA, but it's there, and they're all moving.
Fighting their way back. Coach Austin Works guys here are really putting it down on the course. A little bit more length could be had at the finish, but that is a big front end, and these guys are picking up the pace right here. They all see the big buoy behind. They see that they need to get up and on it and shake these other crews around.
Yeah, and look at the battle now for that second place spot again. It is bow ball to bow ball between Rutgers and Orange Coast. UCLA is sitting about a deck behind those two.
And they got to move now.
Yeah,
they got to move down.
All 4 of these boats right now are in a qualifying spot for the AB
Oh,
semifinals.
that's true. We're back to 4 qualifying.
So, yeah, these are top 4 boats going to the AB semifinals here in the
Christian
second
keeps us
varsity
honest here.
And here comes UCLA. They're about to hit the red buoys now, and UCLA is now bringing it even with Rutgers and Orange Coast. As we get a good shot of the leaders right now out of Virginia, well out in front, but the battle is going to be for that second, third, and fourth place spot.
Yeah, and you know that can make a little difference in where you end up. But there you go.
Good pickup.
3 yellow boats across.
And Rutgers and UCLA just about going stroke for stroke. UCLA just half a beat up ahead of Rutgers. I think the Scarlet Knights from New Brunswick trying to assert themselves above Orange Coast, and we are going to come in and see these crews cross the line.
So there's Virginia
easily in first. Great work by the Wahoos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cavaliers. Wahoo. Yeah.
Gotcha. And UCLA, Rutgers just by a hair. OC and UNC pushing their way down and through into the 4th place. So they'll be going to the AB or CD semi.
So UNC was 5th there.
Thank you. C final.
And Rutgers did manage to come in right behind UCLA. The joke about yellow boats wasn't really a joke. Those are Empakers, a German boat maker. Many people consider the best boats in the world. In the end, it really is the crew and not the boat, because Virginia is not rowing an Empaker, and they were way out in front, right? So, but Orange Coast also managed to get in there. So UCLA, Rutgers, Orange Coast, all putting a fair amount of money into their fleet.
Yeah, which is impressive to see. You love the alumni support, because as clubs, there is some university funding, but it is not so much that it pays for all the boats and pays for all the things that it takes to travel. So much of this is first fundraised by athletes who are on the team, and then alumni support. And it shows the teams that have deeper connection to their alumni crew are able to have longer sustained results. There's always going to be rebuilding years. There's always going to be up and down, but it matters to invest in what the athletes need. They need coaches. They need good shells. They need to travel and race. So they
need all the things a varsity program
they
has, with maybe not the clothing plan.
Right. In the 2v8 heat number 2, out in the lead, this should be Michigan in the yellow shell, a different type, a Vespoli.
Vespoli. It's a
Vespoli.
it's a definite
so don't let the
Vespoli.
color fool you, because it's actually a maize shell. Don't get it wrong.
Thank you.
In this entire heat, we'll have Northwestern, George Washington, Bucknell, Michigan, Minnesota, and Grand Valley. So looking at it from here, that is Michigan up. That is
this Michigan 2V has had
Minnesota in 2, and I think Bucknell in 3 right now. George Washington close to the speed.
I'm intrigued to see this race, because I have a few guys that I know in this one. In Bucknell's 8, Jonas Sanchez, an old teammate of mine from Sarasota Crew. And then Hayden Bonchek out of the George Washington 8, I trained with him at ODP a few years ago. So really exciting to see some old friends in this one.
Yeah. This Michigan 2V has had a pretty good season, actually. Now, the lineup has been changing because the 1V has been having some challenges. So there's been a lot of selection going on, but in some ways that makes everyone faster. I know that they're sitting out in front there very experienced coxswain and a very experienced stroke, and they're all doing that. You can hear, I believe that was the Grand Valley coxswain slapping the side of the boat, trying to get them going.
Which is going to help because they and George Washington are trying to close in on Minnesota in that last 500, while Bucknell has established themselves out and ahead. I love the stroke I'm seeing. I think they're also in a Hudson shell right now too. They are flying down the course, rigged really well. Nothing getting lost in the river as they push along with Michigan still. I think open water on Bucknell, but that's a really great approach to the piece and change from last year, because that was a young
I
crew
believe
last year
Michigan
for
is out
Bucknell.
there marking the boat right now, and that doesn't mean that they're going slow.
No, yeah,
but
no.
they're not. I don't think you're going to see a sprint. I don't think they
No.
want to show what they have. Again, we talked about base speed earlier, and both of those crews have good base speed. I don't think that.
But it actually looks like
I don't think Bucknell is trying to sprint particularly hard.
I don't
although
think so.
they have something happening behind them, though, so you never know.
They have something happening, but they have sights on it, and they do have a little bit of overlap with Michigan. Good on them. Just about. I'm sure Michigan is not going to let
Michigan
that
no sprint. Maybe the last 10 strokes they'll pop something in.
But we got to go back in a minute. We'll need to see GW versus Minnesota duking it out. I know it's top 4, but they are. Who are they closing in on? That was Grand Valley was closing in on Minnesota.
But they were a little back. So there's Michigan across the line first, Bucknell second. They've raced each other twice already this season. That was the third.
And there goes Minnesota, and that's going to be GW just over Grand Valley.
So Grand Valley closed quite nicely.
They closed
there
really
in the last
well.
500.
The Laker Navy really pulled in, slapping the shell, worked for the coxswain. So 6:14.17, 6:23.
Hashtag slapping the shell.
Just enough pickup from on the course in these afternoon conditions. Northwestern charging through. Really good pickup on that shell to be headed to the C final for this event. Before we come up on heat number 3 of the 2v8, the last heat of the second varsity 8 before we move on to the women's 2v8 heats.
Yeah, so like the 2v also is interesting as an event because the difference makers in the 1v is often the stud that you have, or the 2 studs you have, the really superior, excellent athletes that can come into your boat, right? So last year, Purdue had a guy pulling in the 550s who ended up in the U.S. under 23 boat, as a club guy, and that's a difference maker in all other things being equal. He gets Purdue down the course the way he did yesterday. In the 2v, that's not the case. This is like the standard of the best guys on the team minus the sort of 2 or 3 exceptional guys on the very top, right? So now in ACRA, it's not unusual. It's not common, but it's not unusual for there to be a sub-6 2K or 2 kicking around in a boat. Definitely you've got to have guys down under 610, 604, 605, and more than 1 or 2 of them to be competitive for that varsity 8. But in the 2V, they're all going to sit there in a range of being sort of similar, actually. And so you get some really, really tight racing, although we've seen in both heats the ability of Virginia and Michigan to move out with some base speed and then sort of hang and just sit there and watch things go by. So it's going to be a fascinating final.
Yeah, for sure. And let's not stress the importance of the 2V. All of these 1Vs are at this level that they are because these 2Vs are out here keeping them honest, If your 2V beats your 1V in practice, that does not look good for those guys in the 1V. So these 2Vs out here to keep these guys honest. As we have another
the job
start.
of the 2V is to go mess things up. I was going to use another phrase there and edited myself. I edited myself before we did that, but that is their job, is to go in there and throw things at the 1V and make them be tough. And make them handle a situation they aren't expecting.
Someone told me in my coaching career, like, the way that to have a very fast 1V is you need 10 guys who should be in that 1v8. right? If not more. So a good.
You want the
2V's gonna
selection
be-
outside the 8. You want guys. It's not like let's find the 7th or 8th guy who are the least offensive to the boat.
No, you need
It's
to-
let's find who are the
Let's
2
run out of
guys in
seats.
that 2V who are trying to get in, or 4,
So
right?
Speaking the praise of the 2Vs, let's give attention to the ones who are on the course and having a great race right now. This
Excellent.
is Heat 3 of the second varsity 8. From the left to the right of your screen, Ohio State, Washington State, Notre Dame, Purdue, Delaware, and UC Davis. Oops, I got it backwards again. It is UC Davis, Delaware, Purdue, Notre Dame, Washington State, and Ohio State. So up
Flip
in
that.
front of the pack, that should be Purdue. Notre Dame on their right side in the yellow hull with the slight shamrock on their blade, and Delaware in second place behind them. So right now we can't quite see it. I think it's UC Davis possibly in that 4th spot to earn their way into the AB semifinal, but there is a chance that Washington State is just off our screen right now, trying to keep them honest. Great pace and power from the Purdue crew. Really impressed by the send that they're getting, especially the bowman, holding it, sending the whole boat along. Something I tell my athletes all the time in steady state and drills is like, okay, hey, there's that log that I think
Took out
came up
Minnesota
and
earlier.
took out Minnesota earlier. Is
A friend of ours said, "What did who doesn't know rowing?" Sort of texted me, said, "What happened? Did a log attack a boat?"
You want to send that bow puddle all the way up past stroke seat, past coxswain, ideally past the tip of the stern before the next stroke happens, so you're moving far enough through. I think that bowman's trying to get that one up there as fast as possible. Ooh, that crew on the outside should be the UC Davis crew. They look good. They are up ahead of the Wash State and of the Ohio State crew. Not so much that they have locked in their 4th spot. I think just a couple seats up on Washington State. And
another. What's that?
oh my gosh!
Hand is going up.
Hand is going up. Delaware.
There's nothing they can do,
is
though.
having
There's nothing they can do.
misadventure.
It looks like they lost a skeg. Now, this is
she's
misadventure.
going for it though. She's going.
She is using her
Good work by
arm
the
to try
cops.
and steer. The referees will ignore that. As long as they're
That's
not
tough.
affecting anybody else's race, that will happen. And you just, at this point, need to try and get the lock in. But it definitely slows the crews down.
So that's going to totally change the race. Hopefully they do not leave their lane and affect the other crews.
And UC Davis has come
going to
through.
happen as they near UC Davis's race. UC Davis coxswain is doing a good job of staying closer to their starboard buoys so that they are not truly affected. Great work by the Delaware coxswain.
Delaware
to hold on.
Coxswain's realized she just needs to keep her hand out of the water as
And
much as she can. She's being smart about
And
this,
the
though.
UC Davis coxswain has done something. I think they've changed lanes around, which is going to affect them. But the Delaware
Go Blue
coxswain
Hens. I
is
want to see them do this.
holding
I
on.
want to see them do this.
And they're getting a great race out of here. They're in the
She
fourth
is
spot
being
right
brilliant.
now.
Not too much, just a little bit.
She's doing everything she can for her crew to give them the best race. They're still in that. Oh no, they're falling
Every
back.
time she just almost needs to
Yeah.
not let them
They're in the 5th spot right now. That is
heartbreak.
Washington State, who are taking advantage of the change in the status quo and hoping to get the most out of
And
their
now
skis.
Delaware is just cutting across the
Yeah.
course. Again, what they need to do here is come across the finish line and not get excluded. So yes, to my friend Kyle listening in New York City, yes, another log attacked a
attacked.
boat.
Purdue, undeterred on their charge to set down the fastest second varsity 8 heat time. Notre Dame also in the Empire hull, the true yellow shell banana boat. Moving through, they had great pacing and great crews in the 1v2v8 last year. This is the UC Davis men looking to find out where they're placing. I think they should be in the 3rd spot right now, 4th spot for Washington State.
Yeah, here's a great shot. Here comes Purdue consolidating their victory in the 3rd heat of the 2v8. Purdue across the line, open water ahead of Notre Dame, taking the 2nd place spot. So a strong performance by those top 2 crews. And it's going to be UC Davis across the line in 3rd place. They're going to be happy with that to progress and joining them is going to be Washington State. And it's unfortunately Delaware with that steering issue. We'll see how they kind of resolve that, because the coxswain had her hand up pretty early, so maybe that could be
They will not
resolved.
recognize the hand.
Yeah, I don't
they
think
will not recognize the hand. The difference here, I think, we'll find out for that
There's no interference.
later, is there was no
Through the line.
effect on the
Delaware
other.
made it, and oh yeah, very, very unhappy with the outcome there. They were in a qualifying spot, but unfortunately the logs, maybe some debris causing some steering issues.
Yeah, I fully understand the frustration there. I think that log is somewhere around the 600 meter. No, that was around the 900 1K mark. Yeah, late enough in a race that it's really affecting. Now, it must be floating downstream, because that happened in Minnesota's 3V Novice 8 a little bit earlier, and although that is considered a misadventure that happens outside of the first 100, so should not count for a reason to stop the race that happened in the Novice 8 race earlier.
Just because there was no potential interference or effect on the rest
Oh,
of
right.
on another
and
crew.
the Minnesota crew, what happened to them is they almost
They could have.
interfered with
I'm willing to
Mel.
bet that it was. We don't know. We
don't
haven't
know.
heard.
So we'll speculate. Everyone loves when we do that. So that rounds
Sorry,
out
Jago.
the men's second varsity 8 racing, and we're moving on to the women's second varsity 8, followed by the women's varsity 8 racing.
There is no lack of excitement here today, and it's just the first day. It's only going to get better. You got to keep coming back to the ACRA, man.
Yeah, quit your job, cancel your weekend plans, just come listen to the live stream if you can't make it to Tennessee on the next flight. Waiting for the women's 2v8 to start. These will be top 3 to A final, the next 4 to B final. This is 8 crews overall, 9 crews overall that are going to try and get their spot in the A final. And this first heat is going to be from left to right, UC Irvine B, Vanderbilt, Purdue, and UC Santa Barbara. Top 3 to A final right now. I'm going to guess that is Purdue up and ahead of the field. UC Santa Barbara in a close second. Oh, that's Vanderbilt. That makes even more sense. Vanderbilt, coached by John Miller, and a great cast of coaches who I've yet to meet, up ahead of the field, and that should be Purdue close next to them, and UC UC Irvine nearby. So they are just under 1K into the race. Hopefully they avoid some of the craziness from the log that decides races. Great push and pop here from the Vanderbilt crew. They won the women's V8 for the first time last year. Really great sign for the program. And they have the depth to contend for that again this year. Who won the 2v8 last year? Do you remember?
I do not recall.
We'll find out soon.
Christian is on the
Great pace and pop. Vanderbilt so far ahead early in the race that I don't think Bowdoin won. Okay, and they're in the next heat.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see the typical race plan from Vanderbilt, which is one of those crews. All that matters is that you are at your max speed in the last third of the race, and they know how to train.
Eddie,
for that.
one of your former athletes is in this boat. I saw her earlier today in the Vanderbilt boat.
In the 2V or the 1V?
2V. 7-seat.
There you go. Coached by Ed Lazada at Row, New York. 7-seat Naya was in the V8 last year. For
Maybe
the
she's bow, actually.
bid.
There are multiple women of color in that boat, which we totally support, and could not distinguish one from anyone in any case. But they're out in front, moving very nicely, charging down the course.
And
absolutely.
that is actually the
Nice and bow. Yep.
There you go. Nia Charlotte in bow seat on rower. That is UC Irvine, actually in that second place spot. Purdue in the third. And then UC Santa Barbara on the other side. Okay, then there's the second UC Irvine crew. That is their 3v8. Great to see that depth. Hopefully next year more crews will show up 3v8 so that everyone can be in the right event. same as your 2 novice 8. So Vanderbilt on the charge. Love to see it.
Gorgeous catches going in, legs coming up and down. Naya getting her blade in nicely there in the bow. Good job, good coaching, and really great to see that. Again, you know, 4 boats, top 3 here to the A final, so it looks like Santa Barbara is just going to be on the outs there.
Good pickup and press from this Purdue crew. Boilermakers, really long, strong off that front end and attacking the catches. Think they're going to try and close the margin on that UCI crew that is slightly ahead of them, as they're typical to do in their races.
Yeah, and there's another look at that Vanderbilt crew out in front. This is a program that's been slicing and dicing it with some of the top NCAA programs, so it's really exciting to see a club program be so competitive and pull so many great athletes from all around the country, as the Commodores testing their depth as well and looking to prove that they're a team, they're a squad that could be maybe a D1 program in the future. I'm sure John Miller would be very, very pleased to see the depth coming together here as they come across the line. It is Vanderbilt taking the win in the first
Very
heat
nice
of the
row
women's
out of that boat.
Well open water ahead of the rest of the pack. It should be Purdue coming across the line. Oh, sorry, UC Irvine coming across the line next in 2nd place. And the final qualifier will be Purdue in 3rd, which leaves UC Santa Barbara, and the 2nd UC Irvine 8 will be going to the B final.
Great look from that crew. Times to beat right now, 7:12 as the opening pace in this women's 2nd varsity 8. UCIB coming through at a strong long clip, not super high up in the rate. I think they are waiting for their B final to open up and see what their crews are like when they're racing against a little bit closer competition. But again, great to see the depth of that program here all weekend on the men's and the women's side.
And this is what the Irvine B boat.
Yeah.
Coming across the
line.
Finish line there. There we are. Our next heat is going to be Vermont in lane 2, Bowdoin in lane 3, Northwestern in 4, Middlebury in 5.
Tight race.
So 3 New England crews that I imagine have seen enough of each other.
Probably, yeah.
This season, so they'll be going out, but they're going to wonder where Northwestern comes up, and they're Northwestern the 3rd seed in the event.
Nice. Yeah, I loved in my experience coming here. It actually was not that many 8s from New England. I think the year I got to race here, it was 3. It was Boston College, UNH, and UMass. And although we had seen each other all season long,
you ended up in the same heat.
Well, a couple of times with that, and just had grueling races all season. Where before we arrived in Georgia, back when ACRA was at Lake Lanier, I hate that guy. We got down here, it's like, oh, we're the only New England representation. Let's show the rest of the league how fast New England is, and all crews made it to the A or B final. So that was a little bit of camaraderie in competition. In the 2v8, looks like up and ahead early is that Northwestern Midwest crew pushing up and on. They're probably doing the reverse. They're like, let me show you what the Midwest can do. Bowdoin in that 2nd spot with a healthy lead on 3rd. Bowdoin is the reigning champion of the 2v event from last year. Great look from the Northwestern crew.
Yeah, Northwestern coached by a former Michigan athlete as well. So, I mean, part of what you're also seeing are these networks on the women's side. Vanderbilt coached by a Michigan alum, Northwestern coached by a Michigan alum. I'm sure there's some other schools where, they're having their alumni go out and coach in the ACRA world. And this is actually how the quality is raising. You know, you have some guys coming in, people coming in from an increasingly solid experience as a rower themselves, and then coming in and going back to another program or going to a different program to sort of see that. Now it looks like they're hanging in there with Bowdoin is hanging in there with Northwestern.
Yeah, it looks like Northwestern had a pretty big start, but Bowdoin in the middle of this piece is starting to crawl back. Again, like you said, Eddie, defending national champions, so that's got to carry some confidence for these athletes trying to represent and possibly repeat on the national stage. How much does a defending national champion, when you come back after winning the national championship the next year, you know, how much do you have to prove as an athlete in this boat, in this Bowdoin boat?
You have a target on your back, right? And particularly if you've been winning it a lot, people really, everyone's looking at you. So you don't have an easy race all season, and that's now stroke for stroke. You definitely have Bowdoin coming through. And remember, we had a Bowdoin boat put a very nice move earlier.
Oh, yeah, and the fours we saw earlier, it's just like a spring thaw, right? Their body of water might not be rowable before April up there in Maine, so they're peaking late in the race, like they probably are late in the season, given how they're probably indoor.
But they've definitely been trained to stay in and stay focused and keep moving.
No heads moving out of the boat here, unlike some crews we've seen a little bit earlier. Even on a really high-quality drone footage, they're locked in. The polar bears are charging back up and through. Great last quarter of the race coming up here between the Bowdoin and Northwestern here. A lot of really avid Northwestern fans on the shores nearby us.
Yeah, big momentum swing for Bowdoin there in the second half of this race. They're going to try and consolidate their top seed out of Heat 2. And again, like you said, Northwestern ranked third in the pre-race poll, but looks like that result's about to be flipped here as Bowdoin continuing to stretch out their lead almost over half a length now over Northwestern. So as they enter the last 250 meters, it continues to be Bowdoin with the executing an elite level pass over Northwestern, trying to stay internal, and they're going to be very, very proud of that as they go into the A final tomorrow. Again, these two crews will be seeing each other again later this weekend, as this is a direct qualification to the A final. As yeah, there's Bowdoin is still continuing, now pushing out to a 3/4 length lead as they approach the finish line. Bowdoin taking the lead away from Northwestern and running away with it. There they go across the finish line. Bowdoin taking the win in the second heat of the women's second varsity 8. 3/4 of a length lead over Northwestern. And I believe Middlebury is going to be the crew there. They are the cow print oars coming across the line in third to join the two leaders in the A final. Unfortunately, that leaves Vermont to go to the B final.
What's really interesting, again, we can't get too focused on the times from heat to heat. Just a little bit of a crosswind picking up here on the shore, so there's definitely some effect on the course, even though it is still beautiful water. But that Bowdoin crew 7:05, Northwestern, Vanderbilt winning the last heat 7:12, and just again, interest in how fast can you go when you're up and you're ahead and you're lead the whole time versus if you really have to work for it. So maybe Bowdoin's going back and it's going to be a little bit harder to recover since they had to grind out. They didn't have to grind out, but they chose to grind out to get the first. And them and Northwestern show, like, yeah, we can go faster than Vanderbilt. So is Vanderbilt going to take that as a challenge, or are they going to take that as something like, oh, got to watch out for these crews? We have now the start of the women's varsity 8. This is the show. This is the top boat from all the schools that are here. So we're very excited to see the crews that are out here and going to get it right this time. From the left side to the right. From the left to the right is William & Mary in lane... Nope, got it wrong. Wichita State in lane 6. URI in lane 5. Vanderbilt out and ahead. Reigning champions in lane 4. UC Irvine in lane 3. William & Mary in lane 2. This is top 4 to the AB semifinal. So, really, just you got to beat one boat. That is the most important thing to do here. Vanderbilt is deciding to right now to beat 4 boats. And who is the next closest crew to them? That should be UC Irvine and URI, I believe.
Yeah, really, really strong performance. Again, we've mentioned that this Vanderbilt crew has been towing it with some of the top NCAA teams in the country. So really, and again, coming in as defending champions, really no surprise to see them way out in front here in this first heat. One of the most vital acquisitions that this Vanderbilt program received was Greta Higginbotham out of the University of Florida. She transferred to Vanderbilt for her grad school program. She had 1 year of eligibility remaining, and she decided to use it as part of this Vanderbilt 1B.
That's
She's
great.
6
And
right now, so really happy to see it.
That's again just some gorgeous long rowing out of John's crews. Not surprised at all. This is why they're the first seed when you look at them.
You can see in the stroke, the legs are moving the boat, and then that swing from the trunk is accelerating as the legs pound down against the deck of the shell. Just a super complete stroke. You can see the 5 and the 4.
But I want to point out what they're not doing. They are not, and this is a good thing, they're not throwing those backs.
No.
Right? It's just a press. So you junior rowers at home, you don't help yourself when you throw your body into the bow. You've got to sit up and press really well so that you can see what happens as it goes, and that's just textbook there.
And it's a great fight for second place, really tight margin between URI and across from them, UC Irvine. I couldn't quite call it as it passed by me. Even this angle, I think UC Irvine is getting through the buoys just a little bit ahead of URI, but not without a great push from the Rams from Kingston, Rhode Island.
Yeah, that URI crew had a solid performance at Dadville's last week, finishing second in the Women's Club 8. But that UC Irvine crew really putting it to the test in their sprint. So we'll see. Again, top 4 boats going to the AB semifinals, so progression for those 2 crews, not too much of a worry. So we'll see who really has the true cards. As we come down to the line and look at that, UC Irvine has taken the second place spot away from URI. So good solid sprints there being had by that UC Irvine crew. As they come down to the finish line, they're your leaders out of Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. Really strong program that's been contending with some NCAA teams. They're the favorites coming into and defending national champions coming into this year, and they're showing their quality here in this first heat as they come across the line, champions out of the first heat of the women's varsity 8.
Yeah, just gorgeous rowing there.
Come through the line, excited to see what that time is coming across. 6:48 right now, time to beat in the women's 1B8. Following that, UC Irvine opened up a little bit, just an inch in open water on the URI Rams. Great work by those first 3 crews, and that would be, I believe, is Wichita State knocking in that 4th spot. Out of backwards. That's right, Wichita. Oh, William & Mary. I had it backwards. I'm so sorry, tribe. William & Mary coming through in the 4th spot, Wichita State in the 5th spot.
So we have a little news here that we have to share with you. The referees have stopped the racing for right now. I believe that you have some varsity men's boats who also lost skegs on the water, so they're stopping the races, and they are going to clean up, pull some of this debris off the course. It's just now affected too many races, and everyone wants a fair shot.
Yeah, and it just it can't happen to the varsity 8s as they come down. These races are too important. They've been pulled, they've been seeded. So we're going to take a quick break. Log me once, shame on us. Log me twice, shame on you.
Stop the racing.
No,
log me. I love that. Hashtag log me.
See if Jaws out there, we can get him off the water. So we will be back.
We don't know when. We will be back when we come back.
Experiencing some hard feelings, missing us, you just rewind this, start from the back of the afternoon to to watch the Light Four, the Novice Eights, some great races we've seen so far.
We will
And
live on forever.
We are going to see some great races
Near,
remaining this afternoon when we come back. So
wherever
feel free to keep this on in the
are.
background while the drone flies around, gives us some beautiful shots of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and we will see you soon.
And we're going to go take a break.
Varsity 8.
So welcome back. We hope you've had a nice break from the regatta.
Siesta.
If you're of a proper age, so a siesta is always good. Proper age, this was also a perfect cocktail opportunity or a long Calgon bath. Take me away. We hope you did not log back into work on a Friday afternoon.
Nope.
Fight the power, fight the power, fight the power that be. So here we are back, and so here's what happened. We had, in the course of 30 minutes, 7 different boats lose their skeg to this. It was the skeg shark. The skeg shark was out there. Most of them, you saw some in the racing pretty spectacularly. The New Hampshire freshman, I believe, was it the freshman or the 2E?
It was the
Minnesota Novice
and the
8.
Delaware 3B8,
Yeah.
settingly.
And they at that point, you know, they stopped one race, another one they let go through. All of that, neither here nor there, but they lost 7 skegs on boats on the water, most of them up before the start. So at that point, it ceased to be misadventure and became this. So for everyone to be safe and to have a fair progression, we're coming back, but you're only going to see tonight the remainder of the varsity 8s men and women, and I think we're still verifying one heat of the quads to come down so that it all happens in the same day. That's there for a reason. And so what we have coming down now is the second heat of the women's varsity 8. So in lane 2, William and Mary, lane 3, Irvine, lane 4, Vanderbilt.
Next one down.
Oh, sorry, next one down. Penn State, Vermont, WashU, Northwestern, Santa Barbara, UCSB, and Florida. So that's true. That was the first heat has already gone through.
This is much awaited event. So this is just where we stopped earlier in the afternoon, right after Vanderbilt charged through to a very strong first place in their heat. This is an event with top 4 to the AB semifinal. Crews in lane 1s, 2, 3 are on the right side of your screen right now. Crews 7, 8, 9 are on the left side of your screen right now. We just have a view from the tower right now. I think the drones are coming off their union break. But right now we see a lot of crews moving. I'm going to say those 3 crews in the middle are probably up ahead on the margins, but I would reckon that the 2 crews on the left, the one on the right, which should be UC Santa Barbara, is probably pretty close to the front of the pack. Penn State, all the way on the right side of your screen, seems like it is holding some overlap with the 5 and 6 place of this crew. So we're going to see
have Northwestern, I think, out in front.
Northwestern out in front.
Yeah.
And I think WashU pretty close to them. Northwestern had a great showing in the second varsity 8 before, and all the crews I've seen come down. They had a great
and this
showing in
varsity
event last
women's
year.
8 has had a great season so far. Ranked above Purdue in the region, ranked above Illinois in the region, ranked above Penn State in the region. Their coach is really excited about what he's going to see here today. I saw him during the break because he was going to relaunch his crew, and he used to row for me, and he's just really pleased with how they're looking.
Yeah, so this Northwestern crew is stepping up and stepping on it. I think UC Santa Barbara is a little bit down on them. I'm going to say probably
open water.
Yeah, open water. And it would probably be that WashU crew on their right now, who's the next closest crew, but they're probably bow to stern with that crew as well. On the outside of UC Santa Barbara, Florida is hanging on that
move back?
left side of the course. So this is going to be top 4 to the AB semifinal, and after a break like that, I can tell you from an athlete's perspective, they really want to get after this race, right? They had to wait. Conditions weren't ideal. I think Florida might have been one of those crews that got snatched by the skeg shark, the logs that were floating around out there. So they're coming in close around the 1250, charging up to the 1500 meter mark pretty soon. It is still Northwestern up and ahead of the pack, but UC Santa Barbara probably in third because WashU is likely in that second place spot. But it's a pretty tight field. William and Mary, no, not William and Mary. Penn State and Vermont are also up in the fight right now.
Yep.
Coming up on our line of sight, about 1,400 meters in. Yeah, Northwestern charging through open water on the rest of the field.
Absolutely, very nice and open. A good race here, though, going next to them. WashU on the far side of.
And then UC Santa Barbara in the third spot, just barely over Vermont.
It's about astern, but overlapping. They're making the connection between those two crews.
And
so
Vermont's going to be fighting really hard to hold on to that fourth spot here because Florida Gators are a little bit behind them by open water, but 500 meters to go. It looks like they're stepping up into a sprint. And a lot of times coaches are like, when is it the best time to sprint? 250 meters, 300?
When you have to move through.
And sprint for as long as you need to get that desired result. So I think
Penn State off the back of this. So that's still, I mean, it's a chevron there. Again, this is a seeded event, so you would expect to see some chevron in here, and it is actually playing out that way. Some of the crews now losing a little bit of their hang all the way through. We're starting to see some finishes sort of flick out and flop out, which means that they're losing the front end suspension as they're trying to go up. So you always want to stay long and stay pressing. When you look at the Northwestern crew, however, it's very crisp off the release and really quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a good, the drone's finally back up in the air, as we get a good shot of that leading Northwestern crew now breaking out over a length of open water. It looks like second place WashU has started to eke out a lead over third place Santa Barbara. And yeah, again, top four crews are going to be moving on to the AB semifinals. The remainder crews are going to the C final later this weekend. And again, Women's Varsity Days is the premier women's event here at the ACRA National Championships, and we saw a dominating performance. If you remember all those hours ago, saw a dominating performance out of the defending national champions Vanderbilt, but Northwestern is going to be giving them a run for their money.
Two head coaches there who are Michigan alums, and they have a very similar style, so it could be a great race if they come up there.
Whatever we get out.
And they know each other well.
Swinging their way into second, open water on the rest of the field, and UCSB going to take third. UVM is going to notch, that fourth place to advance to the AB semifinal. Florida coming through next. We are going to see them in the CD semifinal, I believe. Really? Okay.
Straight to a C final.
Sounds good. C final for the Florida Gators, followed by Penn State Nittany Lions. So that is the resume to our racing. If you have not been with us yet, we want to introduce ourselves.
Sure, I'm Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog.
And Christian Yu.
And this is 3 generations of rowing knowledge coming at you. The old guy, the middle guy, and the baby. So a lot of fun working together and seeing this. I mean, in some ways, this is a test of crew's ability to stay emotionally fragile. Right. I mean, to not get emotionally fragile, to stay emotionally agile and stretchy, so that you can just absorb. We are an outdoor sport. So this is not necessarily things we haven't seen. We don't usually see it because of debris on the course. We usually see it because of a thunderstorm rolls through or something like that.
Too much. I'm sure the Vespoli rep here is thrilled that a couple crews came back without skegs and he could come over. Hey, I got one. You want to talk?
People were having to find Italian skegs, which are much more expensive and much harder to get for the Philippines.
Make that really tough right now. So
the joke on the chat was, I got one for $2,000 and a 4-month wait for shipping from Italy.
Yeah,
so
that's perfect. So we are resumed racing. We are waiting to see Heat 3 of the varsity women's 8 make their way down the course. I think they've just started.
So Northwestern a 6:51, and again, just a word of caution here: you really cannot compare the times. The conditions from an hour ago are markedly different. It's absolutely flat, gorgeous water out here. We had a little tiny bit of rain go through, and it's absolutely flattened the wind. So just completely different conditions, and the crews that were really wishing for a headwind are sort of out of luck.
Out of luck. But we got Heat 3 on the course right now. From the left to the right side of your screen, it is lane 6 through lane 1. So Central Florida is back there, just about to pass that tree line. Up in what looks like the lead right now is Middlebury, and then Bowdoin, Purdue, Illinois, and then Georgia on the right side of your screen. So that's interesting Great to see Middlebury with their really unique and distinct cow print oars pushing really hard on Purdue and Bowdoin. Purdue won the points trophy last year on the men's and women's side, so that is the most 8s and 4s that qualified for, or the most amount of points per finish. So more points for first place, third place, sixth place.
But
finish.
as you look across here, you need to realize that the shot is from slightly behind, so you have to use the buoy lines to sort of line up where they are. Those 3 crews are within a seat of each other.
They're within
right
a seat,
now.
and they're just about going stroke for stroke. Certainly Bowdoin and Middlebury, stroke after stroke, so you know they're at the same pace right now.
I do think Middlebury is, as we can see them in
margins.
real life, I think Middlebury is up a little bit.
Up a little bit, but I don't think it's going to hold for long. I think Purdue is going to charge back going into this last 750. I think Bowdoin, we've seen from their 2v8, if they also can walk up and ahead of the crew that is leading them a little bit, I think this 1v8 is prepared to do that too. Top 4 go to AB semifinals, so it's not like you need to empty out the tank just to get that, but it feels a little bit better going in knowing that you're the fastest crew and no one is ever going to mess with you just because they have their bow ball ahead of you. Slightly behind the Illini from Illinois is that 4th place crew right now. Great to see.
Yep.
And they are open water on Georgia,
On
and on Central Florida. If I have it correct, if they go 4th, that would be the highest finish place for their crew so far today. To go to an 8 to move on to
their
an
novice
semifinal.
women were also
Thank you. Okay.
also able to move forward.
Feels like
Those
the whole day
two
away at
eights
this
have
point.
been pushing against each other in practice pretty well. Some better but younger athletes in the novice boat, and just some really great women, hard workers in that 4th boat, or in the 2nd boat, that's the varsity boat that's in 4th there. Again, they're just getting left behind by this race out in front, and it's fine. They just need to be in the top 4. But it definitely looks to me like Bowdoin is putting a push on
Absolutely.
Middlebury.
Purdue not to be left behind either, not to be discounted. Great press and squeeze here, really defined stroke there from the Boilermakers. And yeah, so the angle here isn't quite making out the buoy line for you. It's going to come into play a little bit better when we get this drone shot here. So that's about as accurate, and it is a 1-2-3 right now. Middlebury leading, Bowdoin leading Purdue. Let's see if those margins stand as they are getting close to the end of the line. So
And you can see it from on top. So about 4 seats here.
Right.
For Middlebury over Bowdoin. Bowdoin about 3 or 4 seats over Purdue. And they're all going. I'm not sure we're going to see full-out sprint.
No,
a little bit closer to that than we've seen yet today.
Yeah, no need for that. But this is awesome because the last 2 races were decided with one crew really making a big push on the rest of the field. This one has 3 crews. We'll see if their time.
Well, this one should have the 3rd and 4th seeds, which are Bowdoin
Nice.
and Purdue, and then Middlebury is way overperformed at
Which is
seed to
fantastic.
win here.
'Cause
So that's why it's just a seed and why you actually race.
Right, and you say overperforming, but also they need to peak at the right time of the season. And it looks like they made their trip down from New England to do that here. 6:51 on the course, I think a little bit faster than the race that just came by before them. 6:52.99 for Bowdoin, 6:55.9 for Purdue. So yeah, that tracks about 3-ish seconds between those boats. That's a very scientific definition, 3-ish, about 4 seats across.
And outperforming means not what they're capable of, but what their seed was. So reflecting what they had done earlier in the season. Again, sort of some of these northern crews don't get on the water early, so their earlier results are, they have more to sort of go. So you can see the California crews start racing in February.
Right.
And in February in
Vermont
Michigan
and
and Maine and Vermont, the water is still,
Probably
inches
don't start
thick.
racing till late April. And University of Central Florida is through the line to round out our varsity 8s today, Friday, the first day of racing at the ACRA National Championship. So we are moving on to the last set of opening heats for the day before we move on to semifinals and then some C-level finals. So this is the men's varsity 8 heat number 1. Top 3 advance to an AB semifinal. Next 3 move on to a CD semifinal. This one from left to right is Central Florida, UC Irvine, George Washington University, Virginia out and up ahead, Michigan Rowing Association in the pack as well, Northwestern, and Ohio State forming that chevron. Charlie, what are you thinking about this opening shot around
Well,
750?
they're about 750 in. You know, Virginia flying as they have all season. They are the top seed here, and a really tight race. Then it seems between. So in second place right now, that would be GW, and then Michigan coming up against. Is that Irvine?
Michigan and GW look like they're going after each other right now.
Yeah. So Virginia has dominated races like this all season, and Frank Biller was saying he thought his guys are in a pretty good space for speed, and they just gone out. You know, their goal often is to get out and get in front and sort of go. So they're definitely doing that. You can see the rating is nice and aggressive and assertive through the water. Lots of nice hang on there. Very, very clean blade work. All the hallmarks of a Frank Biller crew.
Croker
oars. So really looking very nice there. So they're out in front, and the real race is going to be second, third, and fourth, I think.
So GW and Michigan, as we last saw them in place to try and earn that second and third place entries. George Washington just slightly above Michigan right now, but we know, and if you haven't heard us say it before, Michigan closes out the race.
And you can see their move happening right now, actually, a little bit right there. Those two crews have separated themselves. Those are probably going to be the three. All three of these programs have won the Varsity 8 here in the past, Virginia, Michigan, and GW. So that is the GW crew there, rolling up with Michigan. And I think the GW guys a little bit more punchy, but that's not necessarily good. They're using a lot more energy with their bodies. Michigan with that triple bucket. 7 and 6, 5 and 4, and 3 and 2. But GW is still a little up on Michigan as they come through. GW is trying to put a move to make sure that they're clear. Michigan staying nice and long. It's about a seat and a half right now.
This is great to see from George Washington. They won the Varsity 8 on their first year attending ACRA after they were defunded from varsity status, but a lot of guys stuck around. They made that transition to club. But George Washington has done a really great job of continuing to develop themselves at the club level without losing top-end speed. So I think they're really trying to
prove. And here you see it. This is bow ball for bow ball again. Michigan now maybe only a seat behind.
Perhaps.
Perhaps, as you can see it. Again, you know, if the drone isn't completely square, you don't necessarily get the real perspective. So that's why when we had the side-by-side shot, it was great to see where the buoy line was. Now everyone into the finish line, into the finish area, looks to me like Virginia has strided out a little bit. Yeah, they're just pushing to bring it home. They're not going to show all of the gears here. GW has now moved out 3 or 4 seats onto Michigan. Michigan staying in it. Those 3 will move forward. I tell you, I wouldn't want to necessarily pull any of those crews into my semifinal.
No, that is going to be tough racing across the board. I mean, that's how I see all 4
there's the triple bucket from
of these heats. It's just deep all the way through, right? What is this? 21, 22 men's varsity 8s here. That's
so
really
Michigan is
field.
the number 8 seed.
Wow.
Right, and so and this one has the race. So this has number 1, and then it has number 7 and number 8. No, there are 4. So 8 and 9. Sorry, there are 4 heats. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Michigan was the 8 seed or the 9 seed. I think the 8 seed.
So this should be 1, 5, and 9. Those 3 are through the line. They're going to the AB semifinal, pushing their way up into the top of the CD final process. That is going to be Northwestern, I believe, and then followed by UC Irvine.
And you're seeing 3 crews under 6 minutes. 5:50 as a starting time for Virginia. We'll want to see how that holds up in a generalized sense.
Northwestern followed through. Waiting to see Ohio State cross through the line. There they are. Great. That wraps up heat number 1. So 5:50 is the standard on the course right now for the V8s that follow. They won't know until they come through the line. So they're going to put out their absolute best on the course right now. So what we will see in a moment, I believe they've already started the race. We're going to see Middlebury Minnesota, Bucknell, Purdue, Washington State, UNC, University of North Carolina, and Villanova. Really great to see Villanova here in the 8.
I wonder what's going to happen now that they have connections in high places.
Yes. The Pope going to be.
I'm sure there's going to be a Leo the 14th boat there soon, sometime.
I don't know. Them or University of Chicago first. We'll find out.
There you go. So again, here we have Purdue and Bucknell. Purdue, the 2nd seed, right, and Bucknell is the 7th seed. Bucknell beat Michigan early, Purdue beat Michigan late, so that's a common sort of point of comparison. And Purdue was about 8 or 10 seconds faster than Michigan when they raced each other. And then the same at the ACRA, where the conditions were a little bit questionable.
Sure.
So that's what we should see. Minnesota still trying to sort of stitch some things together. Washington State out on the whole other coast. It's just hard to know where to put them in the seeding, so you sort of got to take the best guess you have. And that's why, the generous progression of 4 crews going on to the AB semifinal, where we'll see them again. But what we've gotten rid of here is repechage. What we've gotten rid of is a process where you say take 3 and they go straight to the semifinal, and then you race again. It wouldn't have worked today because
we wouldn't
have never gotten it off.
Put the night lights in. So Purdue leading the charge. I believe they're coming through around the 1K mark. They're not quite in our eye level yet. Great strong stroke here.
That's the 1K right there.
Yep. Not quite clearing the puddles as much as Virginia, but we'll see if that holds. Bucknell in 2nd right now, and then that's Wash State in that 3rd place spot. Am I wrong?
You are not wrong. That is absolutely
really impressive,
correct.
And that's so what they're trying to show, right?
That was Minnesota. Was that?
No, that's lane 5.
That's Minnesota.
Minnesota's lane 2.
Minnesota in lane 2.
Minnesota been on the other side of Bucknell, so that was Wash State. The Cougars from Pullman, Washington, coming up and showing, you guys don't know much about us. We were out there on our own. We had our Wyras, but we are here.
That is Wash State.
We are going
a lot of red on the oar.
Both crews.
And
looking to own this 3rd spot. Not on our screen right now is Minnesota or UNC, but I think they're the next 2 crews in this race. Bucknell guys looking great. They're Cox, the 1V Cox, Tyler Leong, leading the way. I think he coxed the 3V last year and has just been a workhorse. And what do you need me to do? What do you need our crews to do to be the absolute best they can be? Learning a lot from one of his high school coaches, Ed Lozada, who's taught him a lot about coxing, at his former club, Row New York, where he has also been an intern and taught a lot of athletes to row. So he really lives and breathes the sport, and you can see it here with the way he's commanding this crew down the line in the heat.
That's a heck of a race going on. I mean, we have Purdue out in front again, just looking gorgeous. The rowing's nice. Bucknell staying nice and long into the catch, and Washington State also just getting moved on just a little bit, just a seat or two, just right?
A so UNC up in that 4th place spot ahead of Minnesota. That's a really great charge from the guys at Chapel Hill. Coach Austin Work really put a lot of development into this program, and they just get faster and faster every year.
Yep.
I think these guys are really going to try and make this last 500 everything they can to see if they can squeeze on a little bit of overlap with Washington State, and definitely assert themselves up and above.
Just more assertive, more aggressive than that Minnesota crew. And at this point, you got to lay it down for those 2 crews. This is when the race happens.
All day to do it, so why not do it now? Villanova Wildcats rounding out the back of the pack with Middlebury on the other side, pushing themselves to try and catch that Minnesota crew. Purdue, feel bad that I haven't said much about them because they're just rowing so strong ahead of the pack, and the best thing to do is see how they stack up to that Virginia time.
Absolutely. That was a 5:50, and it's going to be similar. Again, you can just see the chevron showing up there. Again, these are a lot of attention here to the seating. And as we said, the seating here, every coach's votes are published, so you can double check them, and coaches are given a chance to correct their seed if they need to, and go from there. So coming across about the same time there, a little bit faster than Virginia, I think. They were probably about 5:48 from when it looked like they came across the line.
I don't. I've got these folks bringing some fruit because the kids did a number on fruit.
plugged in? Yeah, so there we go. 548, 554, 556 for Washington, and then UNC a 604. So a little bit faster. Then again, we're getting some wind changes happening here, and so a little bit faster in that second heat to see what's going on. So now we're going to go to the third heat. This will also be interesting and fun.
Tight. This one's going to be really impressive. So Purdue won the team points last year. I think they had an A-level finish in the 8, but they are also with a new head coach and program director this year in his first year, and it seems like the athletes just love working with him, and he's bringing so much speed to the program. In this upcoming event, we're going to have Virginia Tech, UC Davis, UCLA, Notre Dame, Delaware, Georgia Tech, and Oklahoma State. So this is going to have 2 of the former champions of the last 2 years. So the 2024 champion in Notre Dame, the 2023 champion in UCLA, and they are up in front of the pack like you would expect.
So as we get further into these, so this would be, you know, the 3rd and the 6th heat seeds, and then in some ways it gets safer for the 3rd and 4th place crews, just for who else they have. But you start to see the next one, you'll have number 4 and number 5, but this is 3 and 6 in Notre Dame and UCLA. It looks like those, in fact, are the 2 crews out there. A Chevron, but an outside flyer there in Oklahoma State. Is that, or Georgia Tech?
That is lane 7, so that's
Oklahoma
State.
Now they would be hard to seed because nobody sees them.
You don't see them. They're over there in a pretty small lake, as far as I remember from last year. So really good on them. Excited to see what happens as they come out of that first 1K. Really strong rowing from the Fighting Irish.
And they're up on Georgia Tech.
Yes, Oklahoma State is.
Absolutely. So here we see Notre Dame coming down. Very nice rowing there. The shamrocks on the blade, the Empacher. Very pronounced finish, maybe even a little bit too violent, but they're trying to get through the water and hold on to it as UCLA is making a charge. And Delaware's coming up there too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to point out is the Delaware crew on the outside of UCLA. I think now that we're lined up on the buoys, UCLA is still ahead of them, but the Blue Hens do not want to be taken for less than what they are. They want to come up and push the pack, push the pate. Just on the other side of UCLA, that's UC Davis, who's trying to make themselves a part of this conversation as well. And I think they're gonna knock on the door before the last 500 meters. We'll see if everyone else hears it. Great pace.
Again, the selection here is between 3rd and 4th place.
Yep.
So you need to be in the top 3 to move into the top level of racing.
This is great. Notre Dame has really developed as a club in speed and in depth in recent years.
Very good alumni support.
Great alumni support.
Very good relationship with their women's program.
That too, and I remember they did it in a way where they developed the top end speed along with developing the depth. So the first year that ACRA had a 3rd varsity 8 event, it was a single, I think, race for lanes or maybe a straight final, and everybody wanted to be the team that won the 3v8 for the first time, and I knew they threw their hat in the ring for that, although Purdue won it. So here come the Fighting Irish charging down. 1,600 meters to go.
Nice and under control, but very aggressive, very assertive. They know that race behind them could catch them at any point. They're just barely breaking open water as opposed to the other 2 races where we had a clear leader,
but
which is what we'll start to see.
Like we just said, the seeds are closer together here.
Yeah.
UCLA is still holding a couple seats
over
on that
Delaware
crew. Those Blue Hens
and UC Davis right behind.
Yep, slamming it down, making up for what their teammates had to go through earlier. UC Davis, but yeah, Oklahoma State here, up and on the last 2 crews in the field, really making a statement from, I believe, the Cowboys there. And then Georgia Tech hanging on. Great to see them in the 8-2. I know years where they've really stuck to the 4s, and it's great to see them up. And
I'm not sure I've seen an Oklahoma State varsity. They
men's
might.
Varsity 8. I think they had an 8 last year. Yeah.
Okay. It's not. Traditionally that's not been what they're doing. So they're building something down there in Stillwater, which is pretty cool.
Love that. We are coming. We are in the Red Blues. We are in the sprint. Notre Dame is now looking to open it up. It certainly won't be the same one that the the Purdue crews had, but starting to clear. Pair of buoys between them and the next closest crew. emptying the tank a little bit, but they don't look like they're out of sorts in any way. They look like they're hungry. They use that hour break or so maybe to catch a quick cat nap or get rested, so they're fresh for this race.
Again, you can see more and more buckets showing up in these boats, and yeah, we like to point them out because they look cool and they are cool. But it also means that the coach is thinking very carefully about the progression of athletes through the boat.
It tells a story. Sometimes it's just technical. Hey, these guys are person number 5 and 6 on the erg scores, so we just need them next to each other, and one of them only rows one side. Sometimes it's like, yeah, they row better when they're together. They row better when they're in this grouping. So
Notre Dame at 5:48, the same time as Purdue, and just 2 seconds in front of Virginia. It looks like we're setting up for some pretty cool racing.
AB. And that's with a little bit of breeze, crosswind, I'm going to say, across the course. So interesting to see how that plays in when everyone's side by side. And Georgia Tech stormed back through to take that 5th spot away from Oklahoma, and V-Tech, Virginia Tech Hokies on that far outside lane, stayed in the conversation, didn't let themselves fall back when no one was next to them. So really impressive work by all the crews in that heat. Excited for this last heat that's going to come up in the men's varsity 8, heat number 4.
Absolutely, and here we have Santa Barbara, who has also won an ACRA championship in this
look
event.
At that.
I wonder who coached that crew.
Interesting.
Grand Valley in lane 2, Rutgers in lane 3, Orange Coast in lane 4, Fordham in lane 5, Rhode Island in lane 6, and Penn State in lane 7.
Nice. That event should be on the course as well. We'll catch up to it soon. So Orange Coast, the highest seeded crew in this one. Rutgers, the next highest. Fordham is here for the first time in 2 years, and they're focused on the 8, laser focus. We've seen 2 fours from them so far. Really excited to see what we see out of the crew today. But you can't take for granted anybody from Grand Valley, Lake or Navy, lives and breathes on the water. And then URI has been rebuilding over the last few years, so I know they're going to make a push to make a statement out there. Excited
Orange Coast, enormously well coached by Cam, and again, younger guys, freshmen and sophomores here because they're a 2-year school, but they still come up with the speed to race at this level. Rutgers, coached by one of the venerable coaches. And Rutgers was one of the older varsity programs, in perhaps one of the oldest in the country, when they were in fact cut from varsity status, as there were sort of some moves in Rutgers athletics to try and do that. So now we can see this heat coming down. I'm going to say 750, 800 meters into it, and looks like we have Rutgers out in front.
Way out in front.
Way out in front.
And then a huge fight for 3rd from the crews from
Grand Valley, Orange Coast, and Fordham.
All around the same pace. What an interesting spread.
And that would be a big vote of confidence to the Fordham guys to be able to move into the AB semifinals here.
And yeah, possible upset on the horizon as well. Orange Coast under threat. Again, only top 3 boats are moving on to the AB semifinals. So for Orange Coast to be the top seeded crew in this heat, and maybe if the results continue to stand, maybe seeing themselves out early on. But it looks like their base pace is starting to maybe show a little bit. They're starting to eke out a little bit of an advantage over Grand Valley, but still, if you're in that Orange Coast state, you have to wonder whether whether that Rutgers 8 really should be that far ahead if you're this highly seeded.
Those Rutgers guys have been having they were 5th last year, and most of those guys are back. So there's an experienced crew coming up here. They know how to race. They've got great equipment. And a lot of excitement in that program, which has rebuilt itself into a great club model and showing what you can do.
Absolutely, yeah. So similar to George Washington, another one of those crews where it's like, hey, we're going to hang on. Rowing culture runs deep at this college, so we're not just
there's life after the IRA.
Absolutely, not going to abandon it just because the university won't do it. We can build this up from the ground.
But again, just look up from over top there how relaxed those shoulders are, just hanging on. Such clean blade work out there in front.
Wow, what a long piece. And again, this fight for 3rd is, I think it's going to take all the real estate that Melton Lake has to offer. Orange Coast hasn't separated themselves from Grand Valley or from Fordham. Great to see Coach Jamie Copus' crew in the Fordham Rams charging, right? Ready to butt heads if they need to.
They're going for it, as is Grand Valley. I mean, that's going to be a great race. Orange Coast just a few seats up. But it looks like Grand Valley and Orange Coast stroke for stroke,
There
and
they
then
go,
Fordham about 4 seats, 5 seats back as they come through. But they're still hanging in, and so we'll see sort of what they have and who can move. And
Yeah, that stroke man out of Fordham is just long, strong. He is setting the pace, and he's using every inch that he has connected to that oar to send the boat along. Grand Valley.
it's moved those 3 crews back into some contact
Yeah,
with Rutgers. It was just Rutgers has
awesome.
gotten so nice, but they're also maybe sitting out there marking a little bit, but they're having to mark with speed. They can't just sort of paddle across.
Oh, absolutely
here.
not. But this Grand Valley crew also super well coached. Got a bucket up in the stern fore there. They are cruising. I don't think they've shifted up to that next gear yet. So we're going to see
Well, they
what
should do it now.
They should, because it matters. All right, so they are establishing themselves really strong in that third place spot here. Both them and Orange Coast.
That
starting
race
to
is
push
just pulling them away from
into
Fordham.
that second and
Yeah.
third spot.
Orange Coast looks to start to be opening it up. They're starting to create a few seats separation between them and Grand Valley State, trying to consolidate that second place position. But it is all about Rutgers here as we enter the final sprint. Rutgers well out in front. There's a good shot of Fordham, Jamie Copus's crew, and there's the shot. Rutgers just breaking
Still
open
got
water
their open
again.
water, yeah.
And Orange Coast there definitively now ahead of Grand Valley State.
As
So-
they're about to come across the line. Again, we've been seeing 550, 552, so about the same time as Virginia at the lead 4 lead crews, all within a couple of seconds, you know, and that's
552.
with some good chasing crews behind them. So it's going to be some fascinating semifinals tomorrow for
And
sure.
all credit to Fordham as well. That was a valiant effort there. They had a very
Absolutely.
promising Sierra showing out, really duking it out with some of the D1 teams that were in attendance there. So they'll be proud of that, and hopefully they'll be able to make some more moves going into the CDE semifinals.
So I do believe we are in a situation where all 12 of the crews that qualified had to go under 6 minutes to do it.
Absolutely,
Which
yeah.
doesn't sound like it's super fast when Princeton went 5:20 at the tailwind on Lake Carnegie the other week. But for these conditions right now, it's actually really, really quite good. That Virginia crew is a sub 540 crew.
And I mean, everyone who had to qualify for the A final last year had to race sub 550 in that A final last year.
Yeah.
So that's just the way things are going in the men's varsity 8.
But it shows the great parity that's coming now, where it used to be 2 or 3 programs who
Yeah.
are just going to be out in front. It's just not
But now
that
it's
way
spreading
anymore.
apart.
Absolutely. So all the big races have gone. I think we have one more.
One more.
Which is the quad that had to be rescheduled from earlier in the day. The reason they're doing it tonight is so that there's parity and fairness across the regatta in terms of rest time. Everyone gets a sleep. If they put it off till tomorrow, then one of the heats, those guys would have gotten a rest, and the guys who were in the quad would not.
Right.
The other heat would not. So they're going to run it tonight, and that'll be the last race of our day. We'll be picking things up tomorrow. The schedule as it was, if you're sitting there and a coach had sent out a schedule, just throw it away. It's total trash right now. It'll be something completely different, and there's, I'm sure, already a lot of discussion going on among the officials and with the coaches putting in their 2 cents about who should be when and where. Partially also a much later finish than we thought between the 2 different delays that we had. So these varsity 8s, both the men and the women, they are the priority of the regatta. They're the priority of when they get to race, the conditions they get to race in, etc. So if it looks like there are going to be bad conditions in the afternoon, not saying that there will be, they would get moved to make sure that the conditions are fair and even across those semifinals. But you're going to take those 12 crews, all of whom under like 558, 557. Between there and about 552, and you're gonna scramble them all up and make a different omelet. So please do check herenow.com, and if you're wondering when your beloved Fufu is going to be racing tomorrow and you can't miss it, we very much want you to see that. But don't rely anymore on information that you may have gotten about what the regatta was supposed to look like, because we are an outdoor sport and things do change.
And here we are. This is the final race of the day on the course. This is the men's quad. You can see that it's a heat, so the second heat already went earlier today, just trying to finish out the day. Top 3 boats moving on to the grand final, rest of the boats to the B final here. So as we get a good shot of your early leaders, that is Michigan State in lane 3 and Florida, the Gators. My team personally, so
Absolutely.
I'm really excited to see them contending for the win here. And here's a shot of Michigan State. We got UMass in lane 2, Michigan State in 3 on your screen right now. In lane 4 we have Florida, lane 5 Texas, and lane 6 Purdue. So already over halfway as they come down to the second half of the race. It looks like it was the 3 crews in the middle, Michigan State, Florida, and Texas. And there's the shot from the drone, Florida out in front.
Florida out in front, Michigan State with a really great pace here. UMass started off the first 1K just off the pace, but we'll see if the...
It looks like Michigan State is putting a move on there. Has moved
Michigan
back
State
up into Florida a little bit. They're now sort of stroke for stroke even. That's Florida from on top. Really gorgeous rowing there. Great body position. The legs staying down nicely and driving the boat off of the release.
Yeah, this is one of the priority events here for the Florida Gators this year. That's bow seat Will Hilton, 2-seat Jackson Rowden, 3-seat Connor Weiss, and 4-seat Thomas Spellman's in that order. This is one of the priority events here for the Florida Gators, bringing a smaller contingent to the regatta this year, but nevertheless trying to contend for a national championship as they pass our view. Continues to be Florida, but Michigan State really putting in on a charge, trying to stay competitive.
So you can see the difference from where we are, and hopefully the drone will show it, in just how the blades are taking the water. The Florida crew, just gorgeous blades going in very softly and
great
moving.
Pickup off the front end.
Absolutely.
Locking, and the whole shell accelerates.
In
So,
Michigan State, a little bit more energy on it, not always a good thing. I think it's a little less efficient.
Texas is also looking great. They've been doing a lot of 4s. I'm sure the squad is up there and some of their top guys. UMass was a little bit far off the pace to start the race. They've closed in a little bit more on Texas here, but they got to
progression
make a move.
is 3 out, right?
Exactly. So they got to make a move soon if they want to get their bow ball up ahead of Texas or anyone else. Otherwise, they might run out of real estate and find themselves in the B final. So we'll see what the veteran.
So you can just see from this this headshot here going. Just how nicely those blades are going in for Florida. Again, almost, it should and it does look effortless as the blade takes the water and the legs pick it up and push. So junior rowers out there, just because it feels like you're working harder doesn't mean you're going to go faster. It just means you're working harder.
Yeah, I had a hand in coaching this quad personally, and we really focused on just being connected down towards the water and trying to focus on the acceleration throughout this drive. And I think that they're executing that very, very well today here, despite all of the delays, despite all of the weather and the debris. All of these crews doing a fantastic job negotiating those delays and showing out to race as the Florida Gators trying to emulate.
Bow to stern up.
Right.
I mean, this has been a very nice move, and this is an efficiency move. I'm sure there's good power in that boat too. And the race here for third is going to be quite interesting.
Very tight.
Yeah, the Gators trying to emulate their men's basketball coat.
There's
athletes.
Florida across.
There we go.
Whoa, but Texas walked up on Michigan State, so they decided for themselves that they're going to the grand final.
Congratulations, Coach Christian.
Great work. And then Michigan State coming in just second ahead of them, met Texas in third, UMass in fourth.
There's a very happy
And
Gator coach here,
Purdue
pumping his arm.
Gator boys stay hot.
The rest
Gator
of this
boys stay
heat
hot. Hashtag.
to close out Friday racing at the ACRA National Championship.
So this is our finish for a long day. Again, no more racing today, so if you were looking for some other events at the end of the day, they've been moved to tomorrow. The exact schedule I don't believe is posted yet.
Not yet.
That's probably something that will come up, so keep an eye on that at herenow.com. And you can check the progression as it comes through. Find out when you want to. Join us again tomorrow for
Please.
some more fun. We love it. We have more competition in the online rowing world tomorrow, but we are the funnest announcers.
And we don't have a paywall.
And we don't have a paywall. It's absolutely free. And we promise not to be boring and uninflected in our announcing style. So
thank you for joining us Friday at the ACRA National Championship.
this is Charlie Sullivan
Eddie Moog.
And Christian Yu.
signing off. Y'all have a great night.
See you tomorrow.